So, couple things right off the top here. We are going to finish Okage as normal, as I mentioned in all the posting. But first and foremost, before we focus on Okage, I do want to talk about how this is going to work a little bit. Specifically, y'all will need to look at the actual rules page for the detailed version of this. But the short version is, most everything is going to affect the timer once the timer comes into play. The timer will be coming into play after Okage is finished. Let's be real, it would give me kind of an unfair disadvantage as far as the time scale goes if I started the timer while finishing an RPG. Be kind of an imbalance there a little bit. But donations and such will still affect the timer. I have it all queued up so that it will still increase the timer if people raid, if people follow, if people sub. All of those things will affect that timer. The only thing that is going to be geared toward incentives is the actual donations themselves, is that has an immediate impact, whereas subs and things do not necessarily have an immediate impact, so there's going to be a split there. As such, donations are worth triple their value as far as their impact on the timer goes as well. Again, making sure that your donations are impactful and extra meaningful towards the donathon itself. Obviously, every donation is impactful towards our goal here, but making sure both the game that's happening here and the actual financial state are both impacted in similar ways, essentially, is the idea here. I am going to have the timer starting at about 8 hours, because I figure that that'll be workable. And there's probably going to end up being a cap on it, just so it doesn't go too crazy. But there's no, like, guaranteed, I'm going to put a hard cap on this yet. I can kind of watch and see how things are playing out a little bit before deciding whether there's going to need to be one or not. But to give you all the short list of what you can do once this actually kicks off properly, $25 causes me to restart the game in question. Just hard reset, no discussion, game starting from scratch over again. If you double that and go for 50, you can just straight up throw that game out the window and replace it with whatever you're willing to ask for within the rules that are listed in the rules section, which you can pull that all up through the donate command. Going back to the lower end though, as far as what will actually affect the games being played, for every $5 that are donated, turn save stating on and off. No matter how many save states I'm using, no matter whether I'm actively using them or not, you turn them off, I ain't touching them anymore. They're just gone. Until another $5 is thrown. That's basically how all that's going to work. We'll go over this as time goes on more, and I will be making sure everybody's up to date on all of that, as well as the timed message popping up the rule book periodically. That gives you the basic idea of how all that's going to work when we get to that part. Now, as far as Okage goes, the attentive among you who have been here for most of these sessions may realize, hey, these levels aren't the same. That's because, as I said I was going to, I was trying to grind up the money to get everybody the best gear we can buy. That didn't happen. I could not find a way to gather money quick enough to get it done in the time I had, considering Donathon Prep took precedence over grinding for this, because I was reasonably confident we could get through the end game without grinding. But everybody's gained about 4 levels. We have picked up a couple new moves. Ari has Lightning Sword now. We have, where is it? Blessing for Rosalind now, which can get rid of all debuffs, or at least all curses, which I think is just negative status, is not actually decreased stats. I'm not 100% on that. Most importantly, though, Kisling now has Hyperdrive, which is speedy for the whole party in one go. So his turn efficiency has gotten way more useful to us. He has sadly not gotten any better attacks, but on the note of his attack, he does have a better book now. I need to go to equip to show you all that. He now has as the Worldly Ghost, so he, I think, has his best weapon. Unfortunately, Rosalind's best weapon was significantly more expensive, so she's gonna be making do with that instead. Ditto with the armor, she only has the second best armor money could buy, because let me take y'all into the shop and you'll understand why those purchases didn't happen. Because we'll need to go through here anyway. It'll make sense very quickly, probably, why those purchases didn't happen. If we come over here to the Hopeless Merchant... Slim Rapier, 80,000. Yeah, 80,000 for 5 more attack. And the most I was making in each fight I was doing was 3,000 a fight. So it would take more than 20 fights just to get this weapon. Conversely, the Worldly Ghost was only 17,000. Pretty significant difference for the same amount of attack. Obviously, attack is less useful for Kisling, but that's what we could afford. Now, as far as getting the best armor for each character, second best for Ari was the 10,000 for 7 defense as opposed to 49, basically 50,000 for 10 defense. So a 3 defense difference with a 40,000 higher price tag. Didn't seem worth it. Similar case here, a 2 defense difference with a $33,000 difference in price. Doesn't make sense. I'm assuming there's something extra to this that I don't know because it doesn't tell you that. But we're just making do with what we have. And similar case with Kisling. A 4 defense difference for an even more outrageous price difference. His is a near 50,000 swing just to get 4 more defense. Not worth it. And obviously I did not buy any gear for Big Bull because Big Bull is not on the team. Also, his is a similar case, though, of an over 30,000 price increase for 1 more defense. So it must have, like, a bonkers amount of other stats or something. But it doesn't matter. Now, I did prepare otherwise, though. As you can see, I've maxed out the basic healing item, and we have 60 of the secondary heal. Hey there, Clyde, how's it going? I do need to grab more wild strawberries because I have a suspicion with how many turns we're gonna have to clear before we can finish this that it's gonna take a lot of LP to get through, because I'm gonna try to just charge through this. That's part of the idea here, so we can get to the actual Donathon proper as quick as I can. With all that said and done... Thank you for the 5 gifted, Clyde. Let me make sure that's actually impacting the timer, even though it's not shown yet. Yes, it is. Okay. So, that doesn't look like it impacted completely properly. So let me make some adjustments to fix that right quick. Because you should have been getting more than that. Yeah, because there's 5 gifts, and it's supposed to be 10 minutes each. And it only gave 20. So that's not correct. I'll fix that. There you go. You can't see the timer yet because the timer has not started, but like I said, I am letting those credit since technically the Donathon has started. I'm doing it a bit weird right now because I wanted to finish this at the same time. And it's worth noting, only I can change that timer. I know you just saw the command there, but nobody else can touch that command. I appreciate it, Clyde. Lord knows I need it, so I appreciate that. I'm just making sure people understand where everything's at here. And like I said, I don't know why the timer did not credit properly for the 5. It's supposed to, like I said, have been 10 minutes each, so it should have been 50 minutes, but instead it only did 20. I'll need to argue with the timer about that. But it's going alright so far, Clyde. How about you? There we go. Let's go ahead and trigger the scene and get us moving forward here. Music box. No. Speed. Ari, where is Ari? Where's Ari gone to? I feel that, Clyde. Boy, do I feel that. I may or may not have spent the past day scrambling all of this together because, as I do, I procrastinated half of what I needed to have set up for this. Good lord. Hopefully you'll be able to get some rest in here today somewhere so that you can actually get caught back up a little bit. Standing right here. Where is Ari? I'm here. This is where I really am. Can't you get out of wherever you are? I can't get out of here, and it's scary anyways, because they won't notice me. They won't notice me, Ari. Well then, come on out. They won't notice you, they can't hurt you. Hey there, Sunny, how's it going? Who are you? Is it okay to go out there? Still. And away the music box went. You've come again? Don't come here. I'm fed up with helping you with all your lousy make-believe play with your daughter. I'm fine staying here forever. This place is far better than that choking place there. I never want to see your bearded face again. Well, another one dissatisfied with how the little adventure's been going as far as everything Balloon's been trying to do for his daughter. No sign of anybody around. The smell of liquor, tobacco, and other things is in the air. Useless. Okay. Now, the question becomes, where was that voice coming from? We talked to you already, but I wanted to make sure they didn't have a different dialogue. Oh. So they have no ciphertext, supposedly. But that's probably because we didn't get to that point in the cipher quest. I guess we may as well just keep on keeping on, then. See if we can go through this gateway. We can! Progress! Hey, Slave, stop. Something seems to be here. What, is something ambushing us? I confess that... Would that I could a less vulgar entrance I'd have designed. Alas, 'tis the only way I can warn thee within the range of classification I am assigned. It's you again. You never learn, and it's just like the last time. Quite the start to today, getting a hype train right off the top. Thank you again, Clyde. Hush, Cheeky King. Our act is nearly done. It was at the Gear Tower foretold that this fight would be won. The key is at the deep grave pit, to war, to wit, to our melee run. Why do you need to say such a thing? Are you trying to show that you're calm? You think that you're the evil king who can replace Stan over there? Fortune smile on I and thee, that I am not him and he is not me. Mark my defeat, and the great evil king candidate thou shalt see. Ah, the intention in thine eyes, that wishes to find it and beget its demise, for its great evil the great evil king doth exercise. I tell you this thus, so that I may learn what I need to know. My purpose is beyond vanity or show. Enough, lest such dalliance Balloon's notice invite. Fare thee well till our fight. Hey, wait. What do you think? What do you want to know? Oh, he's gone. Strange man. I'm not happy with this slave. It seems like we're being led. Oh, but he's like somewhat cool. Who is he? He's not cool at all. Cool means being powerful and smashing stuff. Not being floaty, that's not power. That's right, Bull. He's not cool. I'm the coolest one here. Good call. Oh, Stan, darling, don't be jealous. He wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready at all. Anything important in this gravestone? Deep grave pit. Well, we were told we needed to find something there, so I'm guessing we need to go this way. So according to what we were told, we only had one dungeon left to do, so if we have to go through Deep Grave Pit too, I feel like that's not accurate. But maybe this is short. This may very well get us the remaining money we need to get the better gear for everybody else, though, so it could work out in our favor. One way or the other, I don't anticipate that we'll have more than a couple hours to get through this, and then we can start things properly. Should just be a matter of just killing off all of these urns and carrying on as we usually do. And we have gotten a fair bit stronger, so we should be able to just clear these out. I think we fought Milky Urns before. Not sure. I'll be honest, all the urns kind of run together. Sounds good, Trixie. You have a good time with Minecraft. Appreciate you being here. That hurt a lot. Go ahead and have Kisling keep himself from dying. I should have sped everybody up, but I just assumed we could just take this urn out quickly, which more or less we could. It didn't take that long. So I probably should have just let that turn play out. But it'll be fine. Yeah, those are worth more money, so maybe we will get enough to at least get a better piece of armor or something. We'll see. We may even find better things in here. Energy Bouquet, I presume, is going to be better LP restoration. It will be somewhat awkward if there was more left of this game than was told to me and the whole schedule gets thrown off. That is part of why I did not start the timer yet. His worst case we use today as an opener to teach everybody the planned mechanics for the Donathon and everything. And then we go from there. Which, if people want to read up on the rules for that, it'll be all within this link here. The second one within that is where the rules are, and the first link is where you would be donating if you so wish to. And I do have a tracker up to tell me any donations and messages associated with such, so you have nothing to worry about that being delayed at all. And for those who were anticipating the open call I had said there was going to be for the Donathon, that will be starting after this game when the Donathon proper begins. This way the way I can split this VOD works properly, because I can cut the Okage section off, have that playthrough be consistent, and then the chaos of the Donathon can be whatever it ends up being. I could have just been more patient and waited to start the Donathon process tomorrow, but it seemed like a good idea to just get the process started at the beginning of the week so we can have it be nice and clean and go through the week. Besides, when have I ever done things the way other people do them, you know? My methods are always a little less coherent and a little odd. Yeah, I remember these drain attacks now. We definitely did fight these before. At this point, there's no point in hyperdriving because we've already attacked it a handful of times, so it should be dying here soon. Though it did get a drain, so it probably is going to take an extra hit. That's fine. There we go. I wonder if the number of urns Kefka quoted to me last session was counting this dungeon as well. It might have been. That might have been the point. Go ahead and just heal up. This is why I purchased 99 of these 50 heals, because I was going to be using those out of combat and using the hundreds during combat to speed through as quick as I can. So we basically don't have to turn around and heal at all. Make things go a bit quicker. Okay, it looks like this just keeps looping in on itself. Not quite the way I needed to. And of course the Phantom Evil King's gonna have a weird deceptive floor design. That just makes sense. Yeah, you know what? Those also make sense. They look kind of like tapirs, and tapirs are supposedly associated with dreams. I forget in what culture specifically, but that is a thing. That's also why, like, Pokemon, I think Mana is designed the way it is. I think that was the right one. They're all kind of connected thoughts. What's between all of those concepts. And of course, Drowsy being a tapir as well. Wow, these things are surviving a bit better than I gave them credit for. It's a good thing we have a way of just curing all curses. Okay, good. They are dying. Yeah, as you can see, with the best weapon we could get, Kissling's damage is at least somewhat valid now. It's just not great, even now. He really is just gonna end up being the buffer to a certain degree. Like, he'll be buffing and healing. Which is unfortunate because he doesn't even have that many buffs in his repertoire necessarily. But that speed buff is very nice. So that's gonna end up being the way that it'll be. So, is it this path that I need to take? Because I took the other path and we didn't get where we were going. Yeah, this connects to this urn. Okay. Let's go ahead and top up health before we fight that. I had meant not to burn 2 on him, but that's fine. If I use overdrive, that'll work out just as well anyway. It's Rosalind, so you just attack. Ari, we will go ahead and just overdrive. I learned, by the way, that if I use overdrive and friendly thunder together, it does cost Ari a lot of health, but it actually does buff friendly thunder if I overdrive beforehand. So if I have a lot of targets that I want gone, I can just use both of those. I just have to bear in mind that I'm cutting Ari's health in half in the process, which can be a little scary. Because for those who weren't here for previous sessions of Okage Shadow King, if Ari, the boy in the middle there, dies, the game ends. So it's a little bit of a problem. There we go. That is much faster, though, if I hyperdrive and overdrive. Yeah, we are going to be gaining a couple levels going through here, even with the fact that I've leveled up a bit. Being one experience short is just upsetting. Miracle Nut, I presume, is just a higher health increase. Okay, so that's all 4 urns that are on this floor. I guess I just go to the next floor then. Oh wait, no. I thought we killed 4 urns, but apparently I can't count. Okay, yeah, it's a full heal. Not too shabby then. Not too shabby. And oh no, energy bouquet. Right, energy flowers were the revive, so this revives everybody that's down. That could actually be a great emergency item then. Because if say Kissling and Rosalind go down, which is not impossible, we have had that happen before, we can very easily just pull them both back to their feet. Oh, one small thing of note with the Worldly Ghost I gave Kissling, by the way, it did raise his agility by 1. That may not sound like much, but with how low his agility is, 1 can make or break things, which is why you'll notice he actually went first here, for example. So I think on occasion he'll actually be moving early enough to make hyperdrive more worthwhile to us. We're gonna have to kill this thing pretty quick, though, or start healing. You know what? We do have LP restores as well. Let's just go ahead and do a 90 heal on Ari here. Just to be on the safe side. It's gonna delay the kill a turn or so, but I'd rather not have Ari just suddenly die. You know how I just said Ari suddenly die? Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like I saw that one coming or something. That's gonna delay this a little bit. Did I save when I walked in there? I hope I saved when I walked in there. Okay, good, I did. We're gonna have to kill those urns again, because I didn't go back and save. But that's fine. Hi, Char. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate RNG a little bit there. Suddenly losing half of your health in one hit. Kind of inconvenient. Thankfully, it just means we have to redo the floor. It's not like a long stretch back. How you doing, Char? Trying to just magic these seaweed away. Ari's turn. I don't know how strong these things are. I know the waving seaweed's not that bad, I just don't know about that dinosaur. Yeah, let that be a lesson of don't push Ari's health too far, or things will go bad. Yeah, no, I understand the heat on that one. I'm gonna be turning my fan on in here in a moment, because it wasn't that bad out around here initially, but now that I've got my door closed and everything, it is gonna start cooking in here before too long. Honestly, the gameplay itself is not too memorable. It really does get carried by the designs. It is pretty standard RPG otherwise. Like, the main thing mechanically that stands out for most people probably would be the amount of health usage in this game, rather than magic usage for activating certain skills. And the fact that some skills bypass turn time. Like, Ari's Overdrive, for example, just gives back the turn. Yeah, we are in the second to last dungeon now, and it shouldn't take us too long to get through this as long as I don't end up having another case where Ari just suddenly dies. And I'm saying it now that Ari has full health because in this particular fight, it's physically impossible for Ari to die in one hit currently. I'm just gonna not overdrive and risk it. But once this game's over, then the chaos starts reigning, because then the Donathon proper will start. But remember, you can just set a game for me to start the Donathon with if you donate the requisite amount of $50. But just be sure, if you do that, make sure to tell me what the game is and pay attention to what the rules for what you can pick is. As well, I do have a list of, I think it's 9 games that I'd picked out that I'm pretty confident would be finishable in time. There are plenty of other games that could be done in a reasonable amount of time out there. And when we actually properly start, I will rattle off all the rules in more detail. But even now, any subs, raids, follows, etc. will all increase the starting time, which I defaulted to 8 hours, but obviously it has already increased from there, or by a bit. Which, actually, Char, since you're here and you're the one who recommended the timer to me, did you have an issue where the timer was not reflecting gifted subs properly? Because Clyde dropped 5 gifts a little bit ago, and it did not give the amount of time I specified. It didn't seem to multiply correctly. So I don't know if I made a mistake somewhere, or if it was just being weird. But I had to adjust it already to account for the fact that it didn't appropriately count. Okay. I probably did something odd with how it maths then, and I may just need to make a quick adjustment then. Is it supposed to be 10 minutes per? And it only basically counted 2, which is not correct. It gave 20 minutes when it should have given 50. God, let me take a look and remember which one was which again, and I will let you know. It was the first one. I had to look again because I genuinely couldn't remember. I may or may not have gone through a lot of information yesterday. As I had mentioned to y'all before, I may or may not have basically did all of this yesterday. Like, not all of it, but 90% of the prep was done yesterday, even though I should have done it far sooner than that. Okay. I am very bad about procrastinating things. I was also waiting on information, and some of the information I still didn't even get, so I kind of had to make it up as I went along. Okay, yeah, Megastorm did not do anything. I don't know why I keep thinking Megastorm will ever do anything. Yeah, to lay out all the context for people so you understand just how absurd I was with how much I left waiting. About halfway through yesterday, these are all the things we were not ready for yet. We did not have a timer. We did not have a means of managing the giveaways. I didn't finish the alert for today, which I did finish yesterday. All of these things were finished yesterday, but these were not ready until yesterday. I went through like 3 or 4 different versions of a method of doing a giveaway before I got recommended just using Nightbot, which I was stubborn at first about not doing, and then I just took away every other Nightbot feature, and then just it's gonna sit there and be a giveaway bot for today and the rest of the Donathon, basically. Because I have seen entirely too many cases of Nightbots auto-modding going insane and just taking people out randomly. So I have no trust for that bot as far as any of that goes. We already have plenty of other automatic moderation anyway. We don't need redundancies there. So that's how that's going to be sorted out. And then, of course, as you just heard me talking to Char right now, Char recommended a pair of Stream Elements-based timers. I was being stubborn about that initially because I didn't want to use anything Stream Elements related so I can keep everything internal. So if Stream Elements just shits the bed or something, it doesn't break. Let me tell you, it's really hard to find a completely on your system timer that'll do any of the things you would actually want for something like this. I basically, I think, would have to have coded my own to accomplish that, and let me tell you, yesterday wasn't gonna be the right time to try to do that. Too many other projects running at that point. I didn't even look at StreamerBot in particular as far as that goes, but the solutions within Firebot were bad enough to try to make headway on. When there's already a functioning solution, I just saw no reason to continue being stubborn and go that extra mile for it. If it ends up being a case where Stream Elements just straight up dies during the Donathon, all I'm gonna end up doing is I'll just keep a running timer on my side and y'all just won't be able to see it. That's basically where it's gonna end up being. Which, I know, not great, but that is the final straw option if everything breaks down, basically. And I'm going to be taking copious notes as far as everything goes to make sure everything's properly accounted and everything. So trust in me that no one will end up missing out on any incentives or missing out on any timer amounts or anything. And if this ends up going over the week, we will just continue the mechanics of the Donathon into next week. Because, for clarity's sake for everybody, this is not going to be like a 24/7 subathon type deal or anything. The timer is purely there for the availability of the incentives and the availability of the mechanics for people to affect the game. Seems more or less. This is not going to be a case of, oh hey, you're just going to extend the timer and I'm never going to sleep for the next 3 weeks or something. Just from a purely health standpoint, we ain't playing the game that way. Just not gonna go that route. So as such, Wednesday and Sunday are still going to be days off. And we are still probably going to see at most like an 8 or 9 hour stream today. Just so people have a byline of where things are going to be. If I'm feeling particularly energetic as we're going, like it's riding high and things like that, obviously I may go longer. Or I may suddenly deflate at some point and we may cut early, and I will make sure to note down where the timer is in case it ends up resetting because the computer crashes or something weird happens. But the timer will be paused whenever there is not content happening. So, like, even if there's a significant intermission or something, I will be pausing the timer. But especially today, where we're losing part of the time to finishing this. Not necessarily time on the timer, but time during the week. We will be going as long as possible today. Which, to go back to the note about giveaways, though, I was also trying to figure out a way to run a giveaway through Firebot, and apparently there is a way. I was shown a tutorial while I was having a discussion with multiple people on that concept yesterday, and the answer is yes, you can do it with Firebot, but you have to set like 7 different layered effects and commands essentially to make it work, and it is just a mess. So if you made a typo in any of that layered spaghetti, the whole thing would break down, and it would be just such a pain. Which is exactly why Nightbot ended up being the thing. Is Nightbot's just going to be a simple, hey, type the word you're told to type once, and you're good to go for it. Which, now that I've mentioned giveaways a couple times, I'm going to tell you all exactly what the giveaway options are going to be during the week. At $100 total raised, the first giveaway will be a piece of art. And it will more than likely be a piece made by me. A couple of people have offered to also put in art for that, but I have not made final discussions there. This was not an idea I had originally been intending. It got brought up in progress, so that may be a pivot that happens, but personally I may end up leaning more towards I'll just do it all myself, because that's who I am. We all know that I am very much I'm gonna do everything myself because I'm a crazy type person, so that's gonna be probably where that ends up being. Just wanted to grab that chest before I forgot about it. Which also brings me around to the $10 incentive. Every $10 donation will be given a 64 by 64 pixel art piece made by me. That's pretty much a guarantee, because that's how that incentive's intended to work. And it is my intention to have the giveaway pieces be 128 by 128. So you're gonna get a larger piece if you win the giveaway than the direct incentive version. And then at $200, there will be a game code given away. And the game code will be decided as the giveaway happens. It's not going to be like long ahead announced or anything. It'll be, hey, I'm going to do a giveaway now. Which code out of the pile that I have am I going to give away now? And we'll just play that by ear as we get to that. And then every $100 after that, basically, is going to alternate between an art giveaway and a game giveaway. And when we hit 500, you guys will get a guaranteed art stream. So if you want to see me behind the curtain into me making art, well, good news. If we reach 500, you're going to get that. And it will be as long an art stream as I can manage to do to make it worth your while. And as a added bonus, if we hit 700 followers before this donathon ends, which is a fairly reasonable goal, I would figure, we're only 7 away, you will also get an additional art giveaway. And I debated making a stretch goal of if we hit 750, I would do yet another giveaway. But that hadn't been finalized yet. But I would figure if we do make it there, sure, we'll go ahead and do an extra giveaway for that. Initially, I was debating offering it for 800 only, but I figure 100 followers in a week is kind of excessive to ask for. 50's kind of high to begin with. So, that's where that's gonna be. It'll be either when we hit 700, you'll get one, or you'll get two if you get to me to 750. And of course, even when we reach the $500 mark for the art stream, by the way, that will still trigger one of the giveaways at that point, and anything further than that will continue to do the alternating giveaways. I debated doing a lot of smaller goals and thresholds, but that would start to become a lot of fiddly numbers to keep track of, and it didn't seem like a good idea. I don't want this being overcomplicated, if that makes sense. Both because that would be harder on me to keep track of and harder for all of y'all to understand what you're getting. And you may notice that there's not a meter on screen or anything. That's because I couldn't really find a good place to put it, if I'm honest. Because you would think, oh, just put it down in the empty space at the bottom where the text is right now. That's gonna be where, well, part of that's where the animation for the alert goes, for one. And for two, that's where all the foogies from anybody joining the open call is going to be, so I don't want them being obscured by the meter or them obscuring the meter. But from game to game, there would be an issue of fitting the meter over things there, too, and it would just become a nightmare. So, there's just no meter. And honestly, unless I sat there and made a specific meter, there really weren't that many good-looking meters. Like, they were all really basic, and I just didn't like them. Like, obviously, they don't have to be anything crazy, but it still ends up being a thing. But at the end of the day, that's really just me being picky again. Okay, I see what you're saying, Char. I do have them set differently, but that shouldn't have affected it realistically, because they were all the same tier? It may be worth looking at again, though. I may tinker with that before the main event starts, and if I tinker with it, I will make adjustments to account for any subs given before the timer change, so nobody's getting scammed. His streamer mode's finally working properly again, so I didn't hear the message notification go off, and I only now noticed the message existed down there. Oh yeah, getting that ring reminded me, I did make a specific gear setup here as well. Both Ari and Rosalind have an item that protects them from magic. They have a chance to dodge spells. And then Kissling has a chance to dodge physical with his accessory. Ah, okay. I wasn't sure if that was meant to be this is information for now or an information for later situation. I try to keep an eye on that as I go, but I also am the fool who's splitting his attention in 18 different directions at all times constantly, so I can't say I recommend that behavior to anybody. Because, you know, I've got, like, 4 windows up over there. I've got the game over here. You guys can't see where my hand is because I just realized this is the cannon arm that I'm using to explain this, but it's fine. The idea is there. One monitor has the 4, and then the other monitor has more than just the game, technically, but the game is taking up the majority of that screen. once you get used to it, it's actually nowhere near as stressful as it sounds. Especially since half of these things aren't even in my active attention, because there's nothing happening with them. They just exist in case something does happen with them. It's like I've got my Firebot window there, obviously I've got the tracker for donations here, my activity feed, and then y'all in the chat are the 4 things that are over there on that monitor. And OBS is hiding behind all of that in case I need to do something with OBS specifically. And then the game is here, Discord's hiding behind that in case I need Discord for something on the fly. Oh, and VTube Studio is also behind the game on this screen as well, in case I need to suddenly touch VTube Studio to unbreak it or something. So I've noticed the camera's been being disagreeable with VTube Studio again lately. But I think that's just the USB port being a little janky again. I probably just need to switch ports and it'll be fine. And it's only been on boot up. It hasn't failed me during sessions so far. Knock on wood. Did I get a all earns message there, or am I missing one? I feel like I'm missing one. Yeah, there's one over there. That's what I thought. Sidestep the worst of the ghosts, and then this should take us to that urn. Except I got jumped on the way. Now, I'm trying my best to make sure that I can't miss anything that will cause further issues. Ends up being the basic line for why I have so many things in immediate easy reach. Because the last thing I need is for somebody to, like, send me an important message or something breaks and I don't notice it for like 3 hours. That wouldn't do anybody any good. Did I hyperdrive in this fight? I don't think I did, and I don't think I need to. Yeah, as a point of clarity for everybody, I mean, it wasn't intended to call you out there, Char, but yeah, that has happened before. Yeah, as a context statement, in case people are like, wow, he's done a lot of extra for this donathon. Ironically enough, I'm only using one extra window that's actively up front for the donathon. The donation tracker's the only thing that I don't normally have in front of me. But there are 2 other tabs open waiting in the wings on the dashboard or window that are because of the donathon. There's the one for the timer and then the one for repasting the rules if the bot suddenly explodes. And for me to read off when we get to that point. Because, yes, I have it all in memory. No, it's not going to be called up perfectly immediately, because let's be real here. The goop is going to set in, and everybody's getting put to sleep again. We might actually lose this fight, because we're just getting put into permanent sleep here. The good news is, as you see, as soon as you get attacked, you get woke up. But the funny thing about sleep in this game is sleep stacks. Notice how there's 3 sleeps on those 2? That means they're losing 3 turns. Okay, Kissling's been healed. I should have healed Ari because Ari's health is a little bit low. But that's what I was expecting, is they were going to start bombing the hell out of Kissling to try to kill him. Now we heal Ari, though. This way we don't get a game over. Because now Rosalind's back up. Yep, that's what I was expecting. Getting shot in the face. Okay, they did live through that. That's upsetting. It's also really unfortunate that I'm having to burn through so many items here. Get used to that happening, anybody that's not been here for this series. Kissling dies a lot. He has the worst armor because he is more or less just a caster. Especially when things like that happens, where he gets up and just gets shot before he finishes animating standing up. He will just go right back to the floor again. Okay. That could still be a problem. Oh, we've definitely lost. Wow, this dungeon sucks. This dungeon really sucks. There was genuinely nothing I could have done about that in any real capacity, because we just kept getting put to sleep. I could have cured the sleep on Ari, and that would have helped, but they probably would have just put us back to sleep again. It's a good thing I saved before I went down to that floor, but had I known we were going to be dealing with nonsense like this, I would have probably saved starting the Donathon until after this game was done. Oh well, it's fine. Do I have anything that protects against sleep? No, I do not. I think I saw something that protects against sleep in the shop and didn't buy it, and now I'm regretting that. Oh well. We'll make it work. We only lost like 5-10 minutes again from that death, because we got through those urns pretty quickly. Yeah, well, welcome to the downside of this game. It's the same downside a lot of RPGs have, where there is a bullshit dungeon. The best part is, I'm pretty sure we're doing 2 bullshit dungeons back to back today. But at the end of the day, what this means is when I see those sleep enemies show up, I just need to go ham immediately. Don't try to slow play it, just kill them immediately. Crush, kill, destroy on sight. Yep, now we get level 39 again, because we had that already. Appreciate you, Lilia. Hope you're doing well. Just running back through this ground again after having been horrifically mauled in our sleep. Shouldn't take us long to get back through this, like I said, but it is gonna take a minute. Just gotta hope that this dungeon doesn't have too many floors to it. I really wish these things would stop draining, because the more they drain, the longer it takes for them to die. But as I've mentioned in previous sessions, this is probably the weakest aspect of this game, is the fact that their dungeon design basically just revolves around go kill a bunch of urns, go down a floor, go kill a bunch of urns on that floor, go down another floor for the most part. And then fight whatever boss is at the end of said dungeon. That's not to say other older RPGs didn't have a similar problem with the way their dungeons were designed. Just not quite the same problem. Because if you think about it, a lot of dungeon design does boil down to a similar setup. of do X, deal with all the enemies along the way on said floor doing X, even if it's just achieve access to staircase. And then wash, rinse, repeat until boss. But some are more obfuscated than others based on how their design is interacted with. Like, this has zero obfuscation at all. This is just, hey, this is what you're doing, and, well, figure it out. It'll be fine. And there is the automated message popping up, by the way. It's the same one as the command message. But if you want to refer to the rules for how any of the incentives work, there it is again for you. I know the message is a little cluttered and ugly. I couldn't really find a page where I could post documents where it doesn't end up having a cluttered, disgusting link. Because a Google Doc is a long, annoying link. Dropbox paper, which is what I ended up using, has a long, annoying link. And I really didn't end up finding that many other decent options that I can just edit on the fly quickly if I need to, and easily link to people. But this is also what happens when, you know, things are kind of scuffy, and I'll be honest, they are slightly half-assed, because this is the first time I'm doing this, so I'm doing a lot of learning as I go here. Now, don't put the bottle there, because then you can't see the window in the corner. You need to see all of your windows, because otherwise you're going to start worrying about what you're not seeing. Wow, that did 100 damage even to Rosalind, huh? Yikes. You know, there was a part of me that worried when I gained 4 levels grinding before today's session that I was going to be over-leveled. Yeah, boy, that concern just goes out the window, huh? That concern just ain't a thing. Back to the stairs we started at. We're gonna go back up and save in case we have another get put to permanent sleep situation happen. And then we'll go down to the next floor. And besides, we may as well heal for free and get our LP back. Because I'm still saving our LP restoratives where I can. Because there's no sense in burning them if there's a save this close. I will say, I'm glad I didn't go into this dungeon at the end of last session. Because I may have gotten quite frustrated. And being tired and dealing with the endless sleep attack and just running around in here for so long. Another bountiful nut. So that's what everybody needs, right? Right. Yeah, of course you moved in time. Oh, different enemies. That's a lot of weird broken eye Phantos. Oh, and they're just gonna leave. Okay. Goodbye. Oh, I guess they didn't leave when they did their snatch attack. Huh. Usually enemies leave when they do that, so I'm a little surprised that they're still here. Obviously, we need to target the Dev on Slumber. Overdrive. Oh, there we go. Now they left. The animation just needed to finish. It just happened to tick at the same time everybody's turns did. So it kicked in and then immediately got delayed repeatedly. That's the weird thing about the way the system in this game works, where everything pauses the second your turn starts. Is it can end up with awkward moments like that where you don't really know what's going on. Yeah, with luck, this dungeon will take us like an hour and change since we're already like an hour in, and then the next one will take us an hour-ish, and then we'll be done. Just bear in mind the statement of that's with luck. Considering we have not been having the best luck so far, considering we had 2 deaths in this dungeon already, but we'll see. One way or the other, y'all will still get every incentive and such paid off. There just may end up being more delay on those being paid off than intended. There we go. As far as I can tell from the way this floor is laid out, this one should be quicker than the other ones, because there's not as much twisting and turning here. But I'm betting it is going to still be kill for 4 urns, so I think we're going to find 2 more on here somewhere. But there wasn't urns in the corners, so I don't know. Because if it was 4, there should have been one in the bottom right corner, and there wasn't. Unless there's like a pair of them in the middle or something. Which is not outside the realm of possibility, I'll admit. But... Ow. I think I saw some dodges in there. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure if the whole dodging magic thing is even that important, but it seems like it's working, because they're taking a lot less damage than Kissling is to the magic. Because the idea behind dodging magic is a lot of the magic in this game is multi-hit. So, since they have to roll on each individual hit against my dodge, it seems more useful than dodging physical, which, as far as the enemies goes, is more frequently a single attack. I'm going to assume that's a Linda armor. His dress doesn't really seem like something Rosalind would be wearing because she wears armor. Yeah. And I can't check because Linda's not in the team. Yeah, that ghost just came up out of the wall because it's a ghost. That makes sense. Okay, maybe I did miss an urn in that corner. Yeah, pretty much. And welcome in, Kefka. How goes? Just jamming mouthfuls upon mouthfuls of nuts in. It's just the way this works. And let me tell you, I don't know if you caught it, but this dungeon's been going great so far. We already died twice. Once to me not paying attention, and a second time to just endless sleep loop. So, yeah. Wonderful situation all around so far today. There we go. Yeah, honestly, I'd believe it. On the bright side, we're gonna come out of here with enough money to buy another gear upgrade for somebody. We're making more money than I did in hours of grinding. Yeah, I definitely believe that, because there's not really a way to make this place go any quicker. Or that I could see happening anytime soon. Yeah, I need to go this way. Like, the layout's at least relatively straightforward, but there's just no shortcutting or anything to really be done here. Oh wow, everybody went before Ari this time. We're on the 3rd floor now, so I'm pretty sure we're almost out of here. Most dungeons have only been like 4 or 5 at the worst. Unless this one just happens to be exceptionally long. But I wasn't sure when you were talking about the number of urns last time, whether you meant this place or this place and the next thing we're doing together for that high count of urns. Now just to get out of here without getting interrupted, hopefully. And I'm absolutely not leaving this place until this place is done, because I am not redoing all those urns. There's no world in which I'm gonna be going that route. Oh, absolutely. I just remember something, which is why I'm mixed in my thought process there. I just don't remember how that next bit fully works. But we'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah, for the sake of those who don't know, it is definitely better not to explain that. Stairs and 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 bears. Wait, when did the bears get involved? What do you mean there's bears? Oh, hey, this looks familiar. Oh, good, we're doing this bit again. Welp. So, my plans may be getting thwarted today. We'll see. Why are there so many ghosts on this floor? The other floors weren't so bad, and then suddenly this one just like, oh, you want ghosts all over your screen, right? Everybody is a ghost. Haha! I definitely stand by the statement I made a little bit ago, where I'm glad I didn't just try to push through last time. Because it would have been a total disaster. Because with the trouble we're having right now, I was 4 levels lower before my grinding this morning, so it would have been even worse. There we go. So that is something you could answer, Kefka. Does this game scale for your level, or does it have set levels? Because I don't really have information on that through the game. And you've certainly played enough that you would be able to answer that. Whether you have a concrete answer or just an experiential answer. Come on. You'll die eventually. And I don't mean Kissling. There we go. So I suppose at the end of the day, those 4 levels I gained over a couple hours earlier probably would have just been gained off the first handful of urns in here anyway. Because we would have been gaining more experience from them than we are now with the amount of levels I'd gained. Sometimes it just does not take those down inputs. Nope. Go ahead and hit this button before we go around the merry-go-round. Just avoiding those ghosts for a second. Though apparently I missed a button somewhere, because I feel like that should have been reachable. There we go. I'll just hit this one then. I guess this is one I was gonna have to double back for. I think that's all the buttons, other than the one I tried to get to that I couldn't now. There we go. So that should be the whole room accessible now, and then it's more or less just the same as an earlier floor again. Which does... God damn, those were fast ghosts. That does beg the question why even have those buttons in the first place other than making this floor take longer than the previous ones, but, you know. Kind of falls into what I was talking about before of the dungeon design being kind of the weak part. So all the seaweed should be wiped out by the ice. And yep, same as usual. Just beat him up and then we'll be out of here. And that's why Kissling has the melee dodge. It's just really lucky for him, so I'm keeping him on that while the other two have the magic dodge. Which I'm still debating back and forth whether either of those evades are worth it, but it at the very least seems to be worth it for Kissling. And you may or may not have noticed, but the experience gap between everybody is shrinking. Rosalind's experience is only, I think, about 100 away from everybody else's now, where it was a few hundred away before. So it is slowly realigning. Which I will say, this game is actually pretty good about that over some other RPGs. Some other RPGs, there's not enough of a scaling difference between levels. So you end up with somebody just at a perpetual deficit compared to everybody else if they miss experience. Or at the very least, a significantly longer lasting deficit. Just as an example. Go ahead and smack you about some more so we can move on with our lives. There we go. I'm still not sure if hyperdriving for these fights is worth it. It does make it go slightly faster, because we get our turns slightly faster. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if it's efficient. Because we're burning more LP on those fights by doing that. Not that we're really using any LP otherwise in those fights. Yeah, oh, the excitement of urn after urn after urn, eh? Just keep mashing, just keep mashing. I could strategize, but why would I? Do 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 do. Like, genuinely fighting this thing, all strategizing would do is make the fight take longer. Because they are technically a threat, but they act so slowly because we have 3 turns to their 1 that they just really... They would have to get lucky and catch me not paying attention to really be a threat. Like the time where I was lazy and didn't heal everybody before running up to one of them and suddenly everything went horribly wrong. That'd be a perfect example of a time where they could be a threat. Huh? I did miss one of these. So is there a button I didn't press? Presumably there would have to be. There must be one that wasn't accessible, so I ended up running past it. Yep, there we go. So I didn't count right. So now that should be all the buttons. So I think that was another case of I ended up skipping a button because I had no bridge to it. So technically there was two bridges I needed to double back for, and I only thought about one. Apparently there's another one I didn't do. Here. Right, because there's 2 per side, so there's actually 8 buttons, not 4 I was initially counting. Oh, the excitement of Button Land. Those 2 can stay there. They're fine. They'll warp over once this fight happens anyway. The Ice Age killed the dinosaurs. Maybe it'll kill these 2. It's always so weird when an attack happens and then the pause happens right as the animation is occurring, so you can't tell if the damage happened or not. Damn, Rosalind just got jumped in. She's a dinosaur now, I guess. Holy Drain? That's new. Nah, 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 nah. I have magic dodge. Now might be a good time to hit them with the burst. Wow, that hurts. Okay. 0 to 10, not a fan of that. Kill Rosalind, because she's the more likely one to die right now. Since there's also only 1 dinosaur left, which is why I didn't burst before, because I thought the 1 dino was gonna die before then. But I miscalculated. Quickly heal Ari just in case. Okay, he dodged a couple of those, so he should be okay. Yep. If he hadn't dodged a couple, we would have been in trouble, though. Oh, boy. I need to stop playing so dangerously. Oh, what do you know? If Rosalind had just attacked, I'm pretty sure we would have been out of there before that attack had happened. Oh, well. Tactical errors are making this more exciting. Haha. Haha. The fact that I'm now carrying less of the lower heals than the big heals upsets me. 'Cause that says a lot about how this has been progressing so far. We've just been guzzling our way through this area. This should be the last urn for this floor, though. Which this is... We went through, like... This is either the 3rd or 4th floor, so this is either the 12th or the 16th urn that we've lived through killing. So if we keep a certain previously mentioned number in mind, we're either halfway or we're going to be on our way to the next dungeon. And it's going to be a similar case of suffering. One of the two. One way or the other, we're going to be here for a minute.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? We're just chewing through this dungeon so we can finish this game and move on to the Donathon. Totally not sitting here regretting my life decisions at all or anything already. You know, when is that anything new? Is the doorway over there? It is. It just was hard to see. So going back up to save and heal again so we don't lose the fact that we've cleared these floors. Okay, yeah, that was floor 4. So that was the 16th urn of this dungeon. Hooray for game design. There we go. Get our HP and LP back. Now, I want to replace the file. Ignore a good, like, 3 of those hours, because that was me just running around the snowfield grinding. And some of that was also me fiddling around with final bits of prep as well, so not all of it was spent actually actively doing this. So the end number is going to be somewhat invalidated, but we weren't going for a time specifically anyway. So we're just having a time. One more or further down. This still wasn't the boss trigger, so, yeah. Oh, hey, this floor design looks very familiar. Huh. Guess we're doing this again. Hooray. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Dungeon. Groundhog Dungeon. Groundhog Dungeon. Makes it really feel like you just didn't accomplish anything, huh? Ow. You know, I do have enough of those magic dodge amulets. I could just give Kissling a magic dodge just like everybody else. I just don't know if the magic dodge or the physical dodge is better overall. Is that the assumption I was making is that Kissling's magic defense would be higher than everybody else's, but this game doesn't really have a stat for that. Oh hey, Ari learned a better sleep spell, hooray. And Kissling learned nothing once again. That is the one thing I think that's kind of killing me as far as bringing Kissling goes, is I feel like he's learned the least as far as character level learn sets go. Like, not even just least effective, but he's, like, learned the least amount of things. And I don't have an absolute calculation on that, but it just feels like he's learned less than everybody else. Because if we look at Rosalind's moveset, she's got 4, 8, 9 things that she's learned. And then Ari's moveset is 4, 8, 11. Though Overdrive doesn't really count because he started with that. I think he also started with... No, he learned Mend early on. And then Kissling has 4, 7. Like, he's really just learned very little by comparison. Even though they're all the same level. Like, I think he just got the short end of the stick as far as his learn set goes a bit. Now, admittedly, I don't know how much either Linda or Big Bull would have been learning by now, because we haven't been using them. So we don't have valid comparison data there. It may just be that everybody other than these two have a lesser learn set because they're picked up later on. We have so much money. But I'm not gonna be able to spend it until I leave this nightmare. I guess that's why the gear interest is so expensive, though. Is probably somewhat designed for you to buy after you deal with this nonsense. That explains why I was struggling to be able to afford it. I'll give this game credit, though. At least they allow you to carry literally 99 of items. So there's really not, like, a resource issue at any point. Because even with just the 3000s I was making, I easily could have bought more healing than I did with me. But I thought, you know, 9950s and like 50-something 100 heals would be enough. And I can't say I'm wrong. Oh yeah, I know about the max, yeah. I have it set more conservative than your max is set there, Char, but it is set above where it is right now. And it would take a fair bit for it to reach that because of how I have the numbers set. But thank you for the reminder on that. Char's just over here reminding me of a bunch of things not to fuck up with the timer. Ooh, silence could actually be useful. I think she already had like a single target silence. Yeah, seal and now silence. Though that appears to be a single target strong, whereas this is an AoE medium. But I'm betting I would need strong for higher end magic to be stopped. Which is why we still had some spells getting through when we used it on enemies before. An ordinary bottle! How exciting. Now we have something to piss in with how long it's taking us to get out of this goddamn place. Utility of commoners inside. Interesting. That's a hell of a way to phrase that. Let's top off health before we fight this urn, just in case it suddenly blasts Kissling into next Tuesday or something. Dum-de-dum, dee-dee-dee-dum-de-dum. Had I thought this through a bit more, I probably would have just done my grinding by going through here before I started today's session. Because let's be real, y'all wouldn't have missed anything. This has been a couple hours of not a lot happening. Just chewing through this place. You admittedly would have missed out on me failing twice, but, you know. Maybe the world can do without that. I didn't really use up enough LP for me to feel compelled to care to go back for that, but I do probably need to go back to save. Let's get at those pathways that are in here, though, because I'm betting there's going to be stuff that might be useful. He says, knowing full well that this is going to make it take longer. But loot. Loot useful. Loot worth it. I'm glad I came over here. Hey, what do you know? I don't need to worry about buying the better weapon for Roslyn. And I would have been very upset spending 80,000 just to replace it with the sparkling rapier. Though the other one might have an advantage of its own. Wait, there's more behind here. Oh, I see. I see your shenanigans, video game. More than likely, the means of opening that is over here on the right-hand side, then. Ordinarily, if I was blitzing through something like this, I would start skipping going for all the side treasure and such. But considering there can be weapons and such in that treasure, I feel compelled to actually go collect. Guardian Crystal. I don't know what that is, but it might be useful. And the way to open that path is not over here. Huh. Maybe it's a secret then. Guardian Crystal. Guardian Crystal, Guardian Crystal. Where are you? Guardian Crystal. Ah, there it is. Ooh. Walk, Poison, Sleep, Seal, and Priss. Okay. So it's 4 different statuses. That might actually be worth putting on. I know we would lose our magic dodge, but it might be worth putting a sleep protection on Ari, considering the amount of times we got put to sleep and I was getting upset. It may not be the worst idea. And based on the way this dungeon's been, I would not be at all surprised if the Phantom Evil King's shtick is gonna be debuffing and putting people to sleep and doing nonsense like that. That would be a logical choice for character design like that to have. Problem is, him having potent attack magic would also be a possibility. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put that Guardian Crystal on Ari for now. Because at the very least, if we run into another one of those multi-sleepers... I mean, magic is fun, yes, but it's more fun when I'm wielding it against my enemies, not having it wielded against me. Welcome in, Yura. But we're not in full Donathon mode yet. We are in early Donathon prep, essentially. Clearing this out so that we can get to the brass tacks, essentially. Understandable. A lot of people have been getting sick and just being exhausted again lately. Myself included. I am less energetic the past few days. Oh, you got a proper virus, huh? Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's one of the ones that's in and out and over with. But we'll see. Or did you get a... Well, is it a physical or a computer virus? Because either or is bad. Okay. So I seem to recall that you were having computer issues as well at some point, and that's why I wasn't sure if that had just gotten compounded by that situation or not. Oh, yeah, you know, that might not be that quick. Ice might work out well enough against the bloody armors. Did that say... Yeah, that did say Perpetual Mudman. Yeah, that's a bad mix right there. That's a bad mix. Real shame the Kissing still doesn't have an AoE attack spell with all these enemies in front of me. Oh yeah. The ice magic has very sparkly noises. Oh good. I sped everybody up just in time for him to slow everybody down. And that was an AoE heal that just went off. None of that, Edyura. No, no, no. And hyperdrive again, so we undo the speed down. Because if they canceled out, then I need to cast it again. If it overwrote, I still need to cast it again. Like, either way, we're needing that back. There we go. That got rid of the heal they got. So the next burst should, in theory, kill at least one of them. You probably should heal Ari so we don't have a problem there. Yep, kind of figured that was going to do a good amount of damage. The fact that all these armors are still alive upsets me. Please kill anything. Okay, good. That got all of the armors, actually. That's ideal. Because now we just beat up the Mudman. Oh, you can speed yourself up too, huh? That's good for you. I'm glad that I got rid of your friends before you cast that. And now he's dead. I don't know who gave the Mudman caffeine, but that was not a good plan. Wait. This hallway is here. Okay, we hit this button already. Okay. That fight took just long enough that I lost track of where we had been. There's an urn there. Is there something past the urn? There is, but we're gonna have to go that way anyway. Here we go, loop-de-loop. Wait, why am I casting ice? That's useless here. It might be worth... Yeah, you know what? Try that. Try silencing the urn so maybe it doesn't do drain and lightning and fire and everything anymore. Because we're already going to be going up to get our LP back soon anyway. The thing is, the downside to silencing this is it's going to shoot its cannon more. Oh, apparently Storm is not blocked by that. Interesting. So does that mean that a strong silence only blocks strong spells? Like, the higher end spells? It is also very funny that the urn, when it's silenced, just flips over. It's just upside down now. Jesus Christ. Just look down to a pile of of notifications all piled together suddenly. Nothing important, just like, wow, that was sudden. And I think I know why that happens sometimes, is I've noticed the Blue Sky app is, like, super delayed. Like, the push notifications from the app, for some reason, take a good, like, 20 minutes after when it actually happens to make it through the phone and everything. So it'll tell me about things that have already happened and I literally had already looked at. On the bright side, we have now experienced our weekly e-chat drop. So we shouldn't have any issues as far as that goes, at least for a bit, knock on wood. So I've noticed I disconnect from the chat once a week, and it's always on Monday. And it's at least, thankfully, usually only for like a second or so. Interestingly enough, it is usually around this time, too. Like, it's actually fairly consistent. Which is a bit of an odd one. I don't know if anybody else has noticed a consistent disconnect from Twitch chat at about 4 o'clock. But I have. I think I've commented on it, like, every time. Which, I'm sure people that are here consistently are probably tired of hearing about it. If they've even paid attention to the fact that I've been pointing that out every time. See, this is why I wanted to keep the magic dodge. I'm betting at least a couple of those storm hits would have missed with the magic dodge on. But not being poisoned and put to sleep and sealed and all kinds of other bad things is kind of important. So, you know, either or on that one, really. I think we genuinely have enough money to buy everybody's gear. Other than, like, the best armor for Ari or something. Like, the upgrade for everybody else is purchasable now with this much money. Because I think they were both 50,000, or at least around 50,000. I think it was the weapon upgrade that was 80 for Rosalind. And obviously Kisling's weapon upgrade was only 17 for some reason. Where is the means to open that bridge? Button, button, who's got the button? Who hid the button? Need it. Jesus, so many ghosts. I swear the game gets mad when you dodge a few ghosts and they just start speeding them up the more of them you avoid. I don't have direct proof of that, but I feel like that's a thing that's been happening. I wanted to double check if Parasol Amulet was a self-only, and it is. Yeah, there's not really anything better you can really do here. So just focus on getting rid of the Mudman. And actually, and that may seem like an odd decision, but it'll make sense as we go here. Ari's already being targeted, so let's not do more than overdriving here. No, that's actually going for Kisling. We might actually be able to do something a little silly here and get away with it then. In an attempt to speed this up. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and heal before I attack you at all. That's honestly perfect. Slowing us down is fine, actually, because you're casting it before I cast my speed up, so I'm gonna hard counter your nonsense immediately. Yeah, you know what? You have enough health for that. Go ahead and Friendly Thunder. I just have to hope that we don't get dogpiled on. In fact, let's hedge bets. Heal Ari immediately. Another one going for Kisling. In fact, since you're gonna get healed for 100 anyway, go ahead and Friendly Thunder twice. Because you'll notice his turn has come up again before Friendly Thunder has gone off. I'm pretty sure they're just queuing up. So, that'll be fun. Kissling. The heal Ferrari hasn't even gone off yet. Well, Physician, heal thyself for the moment. Why did your heal go off immediately, but the other one did? Wait, what happened to the... Why hasn't the heal I had Rosalind do gone off yet? That's weird. There it goes. It just took forever to happen for some reason. Like, long enough for multiple people's turns to have happened. Yeah, Friendly Thunder's not doing as much as I'd hoped there. I was hoping since it was a neutral attack, they would be a little bit better than that. Okay, that attack missed. That's good. Yeah, we are not doing as well this time. The previous plan was better than this plan was. Oh, there's the other Friendly Thunder. I think I split my damage inefficiently here. I'm trying to find a way to get out of this fight quicker, but we had the opposite result. There we go. At least we got out of it without any death, though, so I'll take that much. Safe to say we're gonna hit 41 before we're out of here. Let's see. Button. This is probably the button I was missing. At least hopefully it's the button I was missing. There isn't just a whole other button somewhere. Loop around, try to keep dodging the ghosts. There we go. If they don't know where I'm going, they can't catch me, and if I don't know where I'm going, they can't know where I'm going. It all works out perfectly. This, I think, is the last urn for this floor, so we can go back to the stairs up and get our stuff back. Again. I have been going through water real quick though today, so I may end up stepping away next time the ad comes up, even though we're only 2 hours in order to refill that. And that was not the last urn. What these dungeons are proving is apparently I can't count. It would probably help my counting if I actually paid attention. I'm very much just mashing the button as far as these urns go. I'm not really putting effort in. So the counting is not really happening. Yeah. It's drawing on the patience more than the cards, I can tell you that one. This is like the 20th pot in this particular dungeon we've had to fight, and At the very least, all the other dungeons I think have had, like, at highest 12? And we've done, like, 4 other dungeons in this game, so that's a total of, like, 68 pots total that we've fought in this game. Just as a rough estimate. And they all function near identically. Aside from having an elemental flavor of one kind or another for the most part. So, you know, that's exciting. About as exciting as walking up these stairs. Still going up more stairs. When do we get to the ride? This is the ride. Yay. You can hear the excitement in the air as we climb these stairs. Based on the fact that there's been 20 of them so far, and we were told that there'd be a situation where we're dealing with like 34 of them, I suspect we have 3 more floors to go. Also, I forgot what floor we were on. But I think the number's gonna line up here in a second when we get to the last floor we're at, because I have a suspicion well, yeah, we would have to have been on floor 6. No, we would be on floor 5 to have 20. So, we're going to floor 6. Unless I miscounted an entire floor. Yeah, 6 is the one we just finished, and right, floor 1 didn't have... Either I'm counting wrong or one of the floors... it doesn't matter. Point being, there being 3 more floors when we're on floor 7 makes sense. Because it'll be going to floor 10. Which, you know, that's grand and glorious and exciting. We just gotta hope that the segment after this is quicker. Yeah, if you ever wanted a lesson in how to take the wind out of your players' sails without making it frustrating, necessarily, this place is a perfect test case of exactly that. Because this place isn't even annoying or frustrating, it's just here. I hope you enjoy breaking pots. This would be Link's favorite place. You know what we got here? We got pots and pots and pots. Did I mention pots? We also have buttons and stairs. This shit's absolutely haunted. You know, actually, everybody's damage is getting roughly similar now, even though their attack values are fairly different. Like, there really is only like a 10 difference between everybody else's attack results and Kissling's for the most part. So that Worldly Ghost book is doing him some good, at least. One more of those fights and half the team will gain another level at least, so that'll help. Looks like we've gone back to just urns and no buttons. It almost feels like they recycled the first floor. And I don't know if that's just me not paying enough attention to notice a difference somewhere. Like, I think the actual, like, layout of it's slightly different, but overall it's the same floor. Because there's no mechanics, it's just keep following the loop until you're out of urns. There goes the thing again. Also, the ad time's gotten desynced again. The ad should have been triggering now, and it's now triggering 2 minutes from now. I've noticed that happens over time with the automatic ad manager, is it just slowly ends up moving the ads over by like a minute every bit of time. And I don't mean over a session, I mean session by session. It steadily just moves the ads over a little bit, which is weird. Like, I don't know if that's happened for anybody else or not. That's just something I've noticed happening on my channel, at least. And it may be because of inconsistent end times throwing it off. It might be that it just, like, ever so slightly just janks out over time. It's hard to say what the cause for that is. Basically, what I'm trying to tell y'all is the ad is about to start here in a minute. So we'll probably get through this fight, then I'll step away for a minute to refill water and clear myself out, and then we'll be right back to it. And I'm not gonna worry about staying still while the ad's running, because y'all aren't gonna miss anything meaningful in here. We're just gonna be killing more urns and running around on these floors some more. So there's really not any reason to hang about. Like, at most, you might miss me making a mistake and getting killed again. Which basically means you won't have missed anything, because we'd be back to where we were when the ad started, probably. So really, at the end of the day, nothing matters. Oh, speaking of killing urns, though, I did actually go back to the sewer thinking I would get more money killing the urns there, but they were suddenly worth a lot less money than they were when you went through there the first time, which was interesting. It's like they knew. Okay, there we go. Doors opening. So I'm going to pause the game this way. Actually, no, because there's no music that way. There we go. We'll pause the game that way, and I'll be back in a quick second here. Okay, looks like I timed that about perfectly, actually, with what I needed to do. Welcome back from the ads. You've missed actually nothing, because I took a little bit longer to do what I needed to do than I thought. So, it all ended up working out for everyone. You've all missed nothing. Back to killing urns. Let's see, we just finished this floor, so I should go back up once again and go save. Wait. Okay, good. For some reason, when I hovered over the OBS window without actually clicking into it, it didn't actually show the screen it updated, so I got a little worried for a second there. But everything appears to be fine. Couple more floors up, and then we'll be able to heal, save, and then hopefully run back down and get this dungeon over with soon. You know, to a certain degree, it's kind of funny thinking about it, because this was one of the few times when I would step away during an ad break that I was gone for the whole ad. And it's funny to me on the day when a lot more could potentially happen while I'm away, that I ended up being away longer. Like, none of that was intentional, of course. I just find it interesting that that happened to line up that way. Though, on the note of things happening, I did bring back the explain what has happened redeem if people end up needing to know what had happened or wants a weird spin on what had happened during the session thus far. That is now a thing you can do. So you got that going for y'all if you want it. Okay, now we're back on the floor I'm supposed to be on. Back to breaking more urns so we can actually get off this floor and keep going. Do 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 do. And I do appreciate y'all hanging with me while we get through this before the proper segment starts. I know this is a little unorthodox to do it this way, but like I'd mentioned at the start, I didn't want to push this off a week and have the final session of this game be delayed a full week just to fit the Donathon in as well. So I figure, do the classic, why not both? Even if it could potentially be looked at as a bit of false advertising initially, is people will see Donathon and go, oh, the Donathon must be actively happening right now. It's like, well, technically yes, technically no. All of the functions of it other than the timer are in play already. Just altered a little bit until the full thing starts. Like, obviously, any resets or such would be queued up until the actual Donathon starts. Like, I would basically just tell the person that paid for the reset, like, hey, save it for when you want to do it, or something along those lines. Though that would be giving that person a lot of power, but that may be how that ends up having to be done if we end up getting something with that value before we get to that point. Because I don't want anybody not getting what they pay for, you know? That's the downside to doing things a little bit weird like I'm doing right now. On that note, let me quickly double check something. Okay, good. The timer has not auto-started or anything while I wasn't looking. I was making sure it hadn't started moving after the changes, because while it's not supposed to start itself once you change anything on it, that doesn't mean I'm gonna trust it to not misbehave when I'm not looking at it. Because as described, it's not meant to be started yet until we get to the actual clearing segment, where speed is gonna suddenly become key to everything. Go, level 41 for everybody now. No, this way is not the way that matters, it's this way. What's it say? Something's written on it. Places a stone doll in the box in the room directly above. Okay. But we don't have a stone doll, so presumably there's one around somewhere. And that's probably how you open the room behind the other room. The one that was above us. Because now there's a vacated box up there, because we took the item that was in the box. Assuming we don't need to get the stone doll from somewhere else, which if we need to get it from somewhere else, we're just not getting whatever's behind that door. And that's fine. You're just delaying the inevitable, Milky Urn. Just accept your fate and be broken like the rest. Nah, you missed. I don't know if I got lucky there or if shots like that count as magic attacks. I can see either of those statements being true. Actually, no, because Ari's not wearing the magic dodge increasing thing anyway. So it could be either still, actually. Now that the logic I just had needs to be tossed out the window because it doesn't actually mean what I think it means. Well then. The more I think I learn, the more I don't learn at all. Did that loop on purpose to try to be clever, and I'm regretting being clever. Is the spawns blocked me off again. Whales. Invincible whale. Well, I have to assume that that's not true. Because if they were actually invincible, we'd be screwed. Because we can't really run. So... when in doubt, assume they can die. And they're just trying to psych us out. See, they can be hurt. And anything that can be hurt can be killed. Which is not inherently true, but shh, don't worry about that part. Ice didn't really do a ton to them, so just hit them and see if you do better that way. That sounds like better ice. Ow. Okay, they missed the second half of that attack, so it really wasn't that bad, actually. I don't really want to keep overdriving against these, though, because that attack probably does do a lot when it does land. Go ahead and slow them down a bit. Oh yeah, they hit really hard with their physical attacks, too, so we definitely want to keep them from doing too much. And I'm betting they're going to be durable, because if they're not durable, then they don't live up to Invincible Whale at all. Uh-oh. Oofa! Yep, that stings. That definitely stings. Oh, they weren't done yet. Right. Okay, good. Kisling lived in order to heal Ari here. It's a hell of a thing that the regular fights are the scary part of this area, not the urns that are technically supposed to be like the important encounters in here. That might be a Kisling death here. As he's just looking at the gaping maw of a whale right up in his face. Well then. It probably doesn't matter what you're doing, Kisling, but try. Yep, dead. We need to take a second to stabilize, I think. Get Kisling back on his feet again. This is why I have 20 energy flowers on me, is because I was anticipating needing a lot of them. Because I bought an extra, like, 6 of them, because we had 14 even before I did the grinding. But at the rate Kisling gets killed, we definitely need the extras. Let's see if we can get through a couple turns of attacking and try to get rid of these things. Answer to that is not as much as I would have liked. At least item usage is near immediate, aside from the times where it wants to not be for some reason. Like right now, for example, which could have been bad if they had targeted Ari again. He probably would have lived, but it would have gotten uncomfortably close. And Rosalind just missed entirely. Great. That's what we needed right now. Okay. Thank you, Kisling, for having decent attack at this point. And so he can clean up. Like, not great attack, but decent attack at this point. Ooh, that was not worth the pain that fight was. And before anybody panics, don't worry, I was planning on topping off health before we got... Actually, no, we don't need to top off. We're only missing like 20 on each. That should be fine. We haven't gotten that close to death against these urns. And I absolutely understand that is 110% famous last words. But it'll be okay. It has to be. Because if I went through all of this just to die again, I'm gonna be very upset. Ooh, he's up to doing 200 to those now. But he is on overdrive. Ow. Why must you do the thing that actually can potentially be a problem? Okay, good, it's dead. I probably... The smarter man would heal immediately after this fight ends. Oh wait, no, that's not... Yeah, okay, that is the last urn. Yeah... I pointed that out when we found them initially, and I just try my best not to think about it since. Especially since they've probably been down here for a long time. So no matter how you look at it, it being aged is unpleasant to think about. To put it mildly. Back up the stairs to heal, and then I think there's one more floor of regular nonsense, and then it'll probably be the boss. Unless the boss floor is 11, which is entirely possible. Let this stand as yet further proof of why it was a good idea to not try to bull rush the remaining bit of the game last session when we were like 5 and change hours in and only about to get to this place. And we're now 2.5 about in today. Though I did ramble on for about 10 minutes before we properly got started because I was explaining how everything was going to work later and is in part working now. Which, for those who have been filtering in later on, I will roll through all of that right quick once we're at the bottom of the stairs. Well, now I may as well just roll through it now. $10 donation will get you a guaranteed pixel art piece from me of 64 by 64 canvas size. More or less similar to if you who commissioned me to begin with, but with less of a constriction of what its purpose would be, technically. $5 activates and deactivates my ability to save state when we come to actually clearing games. And then, let's see. I think that's all the regular incentives off the top. Actually, no. $25 allows you to guarantee a playthrough in the future of something under 20 hours. And then if you pay $50, you can ignore that limitation and guarantee a playthrough within reason in general. And on the flip side of both of those values, 25 allows you to make me reset the game that's being currently played. This game being the only exception because of the fact this is not part of the proper donathon. And $50 on the hindrance side allows you to make me replace the game that's being played entirely with a game of your choice off of the rules listed in the rules section attached to the donation thing entirely. And if that sounds like a mouthful, that's because it is. These rules are somewhat complicated. I may have made them more complicated than they need to be, but I wanted to cover as much as possible so there was less question. Like there wasn't gonna end up being a bunch of debate about how the rules worked or anything. Now they said the room right above, but the room above the... I might have gone to the wrong floor, because there's no room over here in this floor. On the bright side, it looks like when you clear the urns out on a floor, the ghosts also stay gone. So, we don't have to keep doing encounters the whole time we're doing this. Yeah, because I think the pedestal was in this room, which makes the room above kind of weird. There's no room there. Unless they mean it doesn't have to be the next floor up, it's just whatever's directly above this room. Yeah, because this is where the sign is. Place stone doll and box in the room directly above, and then it just looks at the ceiling. So I'm pretty sure I was on the right track, and I should have just continued going further up until we get to the room where the chest was that we had opened. Then we put the stone doll back in that box. As you know, Phantom Evil King's gotta be tricky, gotta be sneaky. Weird nonsense. Gotta be full of tricks and traps and shenanery. Not this one, the next one up. Because those are rooms to the sides, not rooms in the center. It was kind of given away for us by the mini-map a bit, because you see the room behind the room with the chest in it. Now I just gotta remember to get back over there. It's not gonna take too long, it's just gonna take finding the path. X, thank you for the raid. And what were you up to today? And your raid is going to be counted on the timer. The timer is just not currently on screen because the Donathon proper has not started yet. But hopefully you had a good time today. And welcome in everybody to me suffering through the last couple dungeons of Okage before we get to the proper clearathon. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Behold all the demons. Oh, I will. Just gotta finish running around on this dungeon because it's got a lot of trekking back and forth to do. Wrong button. This button.
We're being attacked!
You could say that, yes. Where is the doll? Hello? People have found the buttons. There we go. One of the few times you put something back in a treasure box. Da-da-da! Ooh, Red Alert Ooh is very good. But I can definitely see how you could end up getting smashed around quite a bit too, because it is not easy at times, depending on which side you're on and how familiar you are with it. Ah, a key. Gear tower key. Sounds good. You take care of yourself, Hex, and once again, thank you for the raid. We're gonna be here for a while today, so I'm sure you'll have plenty to hear. Okay, but having the gear tower key, I presume now I just leave. It sure is a trek and a half, that's for sure. Thank you. I can't say it was difficult in here, other than the sleep spam being an issue. It really is just a test of patience. Or, arguably in my case, a test of how many resources did you jam in your pocket before you came in here. Which, as a final count, I do want to note for everybody, I came in here with 99 of these 50 hit point nuts. And we are coming out of here with 24 of them left. Just keep that in mind. As a sign of how much I had to use to get through here. Like, it took 75 nuts and some of the larger ones to clear this place. We thankfully didn't end up using any of the LP restores. Just HP restores. Because this party doesn't really rely on their LP too heavily outside of big encounters. Yeah, that seems about the way it goes. Because you don't want to have to be turning around to go back to the... What? I think something broke. Unless this is a bit. It started playing the music, and then it did this. It's also actually acting with the Japanese buttons here. Welcome in, you crazy. You might be just in time for the game to have broken, and we may just move on to the Donathon, and I'm gonna have to fix this in the future. I sure am not. I'm gonna assume based on that statement that wasn't supposed to happen. Because I don't remember them doing a trick like that at any point. It's a good thing I saved before I walked out of here. What I'm betting is happening is that's an emulation issue. That may very well be the emulation breaking. We'll try walking out of there again, and if it happens again, I may just have to fix that in order for us to finish this. And I don't know how I'm gonna fix that right now, so we may have to come back to it. Nope, not even on hardware. I experience fascinating issues on the regular, so I'm not surprised that we've had an oddity there. I'm gonna do an experiment. Maybe walking out the door is where the glitch happens. So if I use a guidance jewel... Perhaps it won't happen. Oh wait, no, that brings me back to dungeon entrance. Right, that doesn't actually bring me out of here. Well, let's see if it happens again. If it's consistent, then we're fucked. Oh, you definitely can. Okay, it was just a one-off. It probably accessed something incorrectly and freaked itself out. Or maybe it, like, experienced a weird, like, quirk where it ended up treating it as if the disc couldn't be read. Hey there, Pazzy, thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well, bud. So yeah, that was a weird experience, and we're just not gonna think about that any further. I'm going the wrong way because I'm trying to get away from these ghosts. So I'm pretty sure the gear tower is that red marker all the way over there. So we're gonna have to run through the desert to get there. Yeah, so far so good. We've had a couple unfortunate deaths trying to clear through what's left of Okage quickly before we start the proper event, but you know, that's just how it be sometimes. And it looks like I can't actually get around the way I'm trying to. It looks like I might have to go all the way up and around. So I was reflexively going the right way, even though it appeared to be the wrong way. And of course the game gets mad and starts speeding the ghosts up when I try to outrun them. I mean, it should still be... Well, no, it probably is past the time for it to be clippable at this point. But it won't be too hard to find. It was at about 2:30. So that can be marked for the future to just go grab in the future. Ooh, those mummies hit hard. I'm using the correct one. Yeah, this is not the first time I've experienced an odd glitch like that. Not exactly like that. It ending up with a Japanese menu was certainly unique. I can't say I've ever experienced exactly that in emulation before, but I have absolutely been randomly kicked to the memory card screen in something else in PCSX2 at some point, though that was years ago. You would think they would have been past something that would have been causing quirks like that by now. Actually, it might be worth my while to go back into town anyway, because we have enough money to buy better gear. So let's quickly pop back into Trist, get what we can, and then we'll carry on over the gear tower. Thankfully, it's just a quick trot through town to get back to the merchant. So I may want to step out the front door right quick to save after I do this, because there's not really a convenient save on the other end. And yeah, the Slim Rapier's the same strength, so there's no point in buying that. The only things then that are valuable would be hero armor and stately coat. And we have money left over because we got that much money just walking through that hell zone. Means it's time to restock all of these. We may as well go up to 99 of the big heals now because we have so much money. Fully stock up on strawberries because why not? Full stock of energy flowers because I can. Okay, now we just don't need to worry about any of that anymore. Okay, let's actually put that equipment on, probably. That'd probably be a good idea. And yeah, there wasn't even any side benefits to this. It's literally just 2 more defense. I was correct to say that they were overcharging like hell for these. And he loses his attack bonus from the Battlefront coat, but that's fine. So yeah, that was not worth the amount we spent on that in the slightest. Let that be a lesson that the more expensive gear isn't always better. It is interesting how some of the gear is not sellable, too. Like, things like the Battlefront coat, for example, since we found that rather than buying it, can't be sold. It just doesn't show up in the sell list. Yeah, as a note for future reference, for those coming in from the raids and coming in along the way, all donations that happen now are still going to be credited toward the Donathon. They just will not have all of their effects immediately as they would during the actual thing. And yeah, that's pretty much right. More and more cost for less and less increases. It's just weird because of the nature of how most RPGs handle their gear. Usually the gear gets more and more effective rather than it being smaller and smaller increments on the previous gear for a massively inflated price. Huh? Okay, that's not a message to me. It was just a ping. Okay. I meant to go save, but it's fine. There's a save point over by the gear tower. Oh yeah. The thing is, you don't get the same information feedback as you do when the numbers are more clear. Like, you'll see a +2 and it's just like, well, what's the point to that? That doesn't seem like it does anything. And honestly, the end results really haven't seemed like they do that much either. Or if I'm honest. It's like, we had I think it was near a 10 attack increase on Kisling, and he hasn't felt like he's gotten that much stronger. It was like either like 7 or 10 more attack between the book Kisling had before and the book I got him. I mean, yeah, that checks. It's like I was talking about earlier with his learn set being kind of It's like, he's learned like 4 less abilities than everybody else in this party, and they're all the same level. You would think they'd be learning a similar amount of moves, but it just doesn't happen. Like, it makes you really think that they genuinely just consider Kisling the joke character, which is fine. But it's just unfortunate. Because he does kind of just get pigeonholed into, he's here to speed us up and slow the enemy down, and that's kind of his main function. His attack moves just don't do much. Yeah. He pulls off Crazy Scientist well. It's just unfortunate that he doesn't lean into that as a character. He leans into it as he's written, but he doesn't lean into it mechanically. Ah, damn, they really just wanted it to tear people up there. Just everything was dogpiling on one character at a time. And thankfully, that new armor is holding up. Like, I will say, I have noticed that small increments of defense seem to be more meaningful than small increments of attack. But I don't know if that's just my perception being a little wonky on that because of target variation, or whatnot with that. Oh, there's a chest over there. Looks like I would probably have to go upriver and then come back? No, this is looking real dead-endy up here. So there's probably a bridge around the corner. In fact, I think I might see it on the map. Oh, fuck off. Nope. Nope. Oh, god damn it. They really are just committed. Like, it's like I was talking about before, the game just gets tired of your shit if you keep dodging encounters for too long and just starts really burying you. It does not like it. It's Kisling's turn now. In case they survive, we'll go ahead and hyperdrive. Because they may be just a bunch of flowers, but an Ice Age and a good old bit of lawn mowing probably still won't kill them. I am probably... Ow. I was gonna say, I'm probably very glad that that attack finished before Deflector got cast, but based on the amount of stuff that came flying back, I'm not sure that it completely worked. Them some strong flowers right there. I'm glad I went for AoEs, because if I tried to just attack through this, we might have gotten demolished there. Oh boy. Remember, kids, a flower's gotta be real tough to survive in the desert. God damn. Flowers be scary, yo. Not even worth much money, either. Worth a decent amount of experience. Hey, Paralyze. Okay, hang on. He might be learning something I can use here. Hang on. You know what would have actually been an interesting gimmick for Kisling, actually? Is if he had a randomized learn set. Like, he just learned random nonsense along the way. Like, every playthrough, he would get a defined learn set when the playthrough starts, but it would be off of a much larger pool. Like, you could also take, like, a Blue Mage angle a bit for him, too, since he's supposed to be studying ghosts. He could, like, learn what ghosts do. And that would also be an interesting gimmick for him to have. Maybe a little bit. Okay, so it immobilizes one enemy strong. Okay. It's interesting that he just gets a single target strong version of that and not like an AoE weaker version first or anything. Either way, speed us up. Because we know these guys don't mess around. I could put them to sleep, but we all know that sleep doesn't last that long in this game, so I just don't really see much of a viability to that in this particular situation. Besides, they sleep a lot longer when they're dead. I know the mummies hit hard, but there's 3 via the cacti. What we'll do is we'll slow the mummies down while we deal with the cacti. Oh, good, you have an AoE defense removal. Great, great, that's wonderful. Now, wait a minute. I have a problem with something that just happened here, and I'll explain why once all the effects are done going off. because there's a lot happening. So, the reason why I have a problem with what just happened here is I have an item on Ari that's supposed to protect against poison, as well as a bunch of other status effects. So what this tells me is presumably that's not a guaranteed protection. Or there's multiple types of poison, which makes status ailment protection like that still not great. I don't know which is true, but I hate this situation regardless. That is assuming that it didn't end up getting unequipped in the death, but I don't think it did, because I'm pretty sure I equipped it before we went in that dungeon. Wait, no, I might not have equipped it the second time we went in there, actually, because I think we got it in the dungeon, actually. Never mind, I think it isn't equipped right now, then. If I even got it back again. Huh. So I think we got that out, but I don't remember if we got that out of a box or a drop now that I think about it. I might have not equipped it, which would explain why that didn't work. We'll check in a second here. Wrong button. No, he is wearing the Guardian Crystal. Defense, poison, sleep, seal, paralysis. Why was he poisoned? Why does poison protection not mean you don't get poisoned? I hate it here. Shenanigans, I say. Shenanigans. Oh yeah, and Kissling's decreased defense is still there, but you know what? Kissling has all the defense of a wet pile of paper anyway. I don't think it matters. Wait, so you're telling me this isn't the path? Did I come over here for nothing? Have I? I may have been bamboozled on multiple levels here. I feel like I might have been duped here. Maybe there was a path on the other side that was correct and I just fell for the trick here. I don't know. We're running out of LP though because of how hard I'm having to throw these spells to keep us going here. Thankfully, we have literally 99 LP restores, so I'll probably just use some of those after this fight's over. Because we should have enough to get through this fight. Oh, this is bad timing. Because I don't know what's dead. Yeah, so that ice is a waste. This is what I was afraid of, because it just happened to line up perfectly with when that attack would have went off, so I had no information. It's just as well that I'm going to be fully restoring my LP, just to be on the safe side anyway. Because we have no guarantee that we're getting across right now. I just had a horrifying thought, by the way. What if I had accidentally deleted my Okage save while I was in that Japanese menu because I couldn't read it, and I was not paying enough attention to realize that I was using Circle, which was confirmed on a Japanese console? That would have been horrible. But it really could have happened, and I would have had to roll back to the save state. Okay, now we gotta get through this maze. Yeah, I already had one of those, and they are really good. I'm just not sure if it's better than the magic protection. 'Cause I genuinely don't know what the rates on these dodges are, but I've been seeing a decent amount of dodges happen. So I don't really know which one's more valuable. Like, if you have a genuine number or good mechanical information to give there, I'm absolutely happy to hear that. But in this situation, because it doesn't give you sufficient information to make informed decisions as far as items like that go. God damn it. I couldn't keep dodging forever. I'm quick on my feet, but I ain't that quick. Since the burst is gonna more than likely kill the majority of these things, I'm not gonna worry about using ice here. I also forgot to use those LP restores, but it's fine. Our main moveset doesn't use that much. The most expensive thing is hyperdrive, and I technically don't need hyperdrive. It just makes my life a little simpler because we go a little faster. Okay, yeah, the majority of them are dead. We should be fine clearing them out. Fury makes them a little scarier, but they shouldn't be too bad still. But yeah, that cactus had gotten missed entirely, so he had full health still, I think. The fact that they keep stacking Fury does get frightening. Until you realize they still do like 13 damage and it doesn't matter. Because I'm assuming the point of the frogs is that they're meant to buff what they're with, not that they buff themselves into being scary. Okay, once more running through this maze to get out of here. Oh, okay, it does work. Why are these shown in red? Oh, red is for all recoveries. That's a bit of a weird way of representing that, but you know what? I finally figured that out. His fun fact, that's the first time I've actually used one of those out of combat. Because I just assumed they were in combat only, because of the fact that they were shown in that menu differently. There's the checkpoint. Portal thingy. Weird that it's there and not near the save point, but... Huh. That's a Durgan. It gonna eat me. Well, it's a wyvern, really, but either way. I also can't help but notice that, Bud, your eyes are not attached to your head. I don't know how to tell you this, but your eyes are floating. Are the stickers peeling? Is that the problem? I feel like I want to debuff this a bit. I feel like this thing's gonna be bad for my health. Especially since all the other enemies in this area have been showing up in fairly high numbers, and this thing's by itself. That implies that this thing's stronger than everything else that we've seen in here. So we'll weaken him a bit, and then on Kisling's next turn, we'll have him try to paralyze it. Okay, it's using magic. Hey, that's not that bad. Like, that could be significantly worse. Let's see. Paralyze. I know it's not an efficient use of a turn while Ari is overdriven, but it's more important to keep people alive. Also, it's a nice touch that this thing actually lands when it gets paralyzed, so we'll be able to tell very easily at a glance that he's still paralyzed. Oh. He didn't have much health left. That was not worth doing, as it turns out. Oopsie. Well, lesson learned. Now we're back at the entrance, and I presume going this way will get us to the other area we're trying to get to. In case it appears like I know where I'm going, or I'm using a map or anything, neither of which is true. I've never run through this, as I'd mentioned before. I'm literally making this up as I go along and just using guesswork based on how things like this would normally be designed. And it's just happening to work out so far. Something I've noticed is designs for things like that are actually relatively consistent. Like, a lot of mazes will typically have their paths not necessarily guaranteed to be as far away as possible, but they'll usually be reasonably far from your starting point, outside of cases where they've actively gone out of their way to try to subvert that expectation. And then it'll be like the first path is the correct path. Now, mind you, this is not always true, but this is something I've found to be frequently true. And of course, there's always the classic, just follow the right-hand wall and eventually you'll find the way out method as well. It's looking like I may have talked myself into a very incorrect choice, potentially, here. Because this looks like it might be all dead ends. Oh, wait, nope, we're getting somewhere here. Somewhere that goes nowhere. Does this do something? No. This appears to just be a way to avoid a ghost. So that path is a dead end. There's a chest right there that I'm interested in getting to now that I know that it exists. God damn, he just came flying. Now, Ari won't use the heal. Ari, you're gonna overdrive. And then Rosalind's going to heal you. This way you have your overdrive, and we don't have to worry about you just getting immediately killed. But we can start clocking some work on this lot. And since we've got two separate groups there, we're gonna go ahead and hyperdrive. I'm really starting to suspect that this isn't going to leave me as much time left today as I'd hoped. Since we're 3 hours in and we're still working our way to the gear tower. And I know I keep going back and forth as to how well that'll work. But that's as things keep changing, my thought as to where we're at keeps shifting back and forth. Okay, you lived. That's fine. But there is once again your reminder, by the way, about how the clearathon rules and such work if you are so inclined to take a look at that. So you can decide before you donate whether you are interested in one of the incentives or if you just want to support or what have you. This way you know what your options are. I think I've gone back to the path I was just on. Yes, I did. Okay, very good. God damn it. Really is annoying when they just spawn a ghost like right on you like that, so you just have no option for avoiding it. Because we happen to be near a corner to begin with, so it's not like I could have moved away from it. Those mummies look like they're doing a dance. Go ahead and heal yourself so you might actually live through this encounter, Kissling. Okay, one mummy down. Just attacking should clear them out now. Thankfully we didn't get too bad off as far as that goes. We'll just need to heal up everybody and then continue running around like rats in this maze. And the joke is not lost on me, by the way, of the fact that I was like, oh yeah, in case anybody thinks I know what I'm doing, I don't, and then I'm immediately finding myself having gone the absolute worst direction possible. Like, I see where I want to be, just getting there is another question. Because part of where I want to be is that curved section there, clearly. I'm not sure how to achieve that spot. Like, you would almost think you're meant to, like, clear the bricks out of these doorways, which if this slot would just stop for a moment and do that, we probably would be out of here already. But no, it's a handful of bricks. We can't move them. They're too heavy. Nope. We are not classified with the capacity to lift small objects out of our path. Kissling. Honestly, I don't even know if hyperdriving against these guys is gonna be that worth it. Just attack. Let's just move this along. I think they're jumping back, so I think we're okay. Yeah, okay. If they had one more attack in them, that would have been the end. We had a lot of health on Ari up until that happened, and then suddenly we didn't. Also, I don't think I ever heard that music before, the oh god, you're in danger music, because we've never been that low on health before. Not without just dying immediately afterwards. So that sure was something. Ow. And of course that happened during the ad, so like half of the people didn't get to see the near disaster occur. Level 43. Another level 43, neither of them learning anything. Yep, this is a dead end. This is one of those times I really wish I had a slightly different camera angle. And there's a box. Bountiful nut, hooray! The opposite of what would be happening in a place like this. Oh, I see. That's the trick. We go out this section and we go around and enter from a different part. That's why we couldn't get anywhere. It's not really a maze, it's just a busted up junk pile of a city. Which also explains why the maze logic didn't work. You know, ignoring the fact that that maze logic was also flawed. We don't need to worry about that part. It's clearly the fact that it wasn't a maze. This one you just go ahead and heal yourself. With a little luck, we'll roll high enough that they'll just die this time. And I ask for that and immediately get it missing one of them completely. But we did kill one, so... swings and roundabouts, I guess? Question mark? 1 down, 2 down, and 3 down as soon as Ari's done attacking. There we go. The only way that wouldn't have worked is if he missed. And I wasn't going to say that till after the number popped up, is if I said that before then, we were going to miss. We all know how that works. Ooh. We finally got the next ice spell. We know that that's the next ice spell because we got hit with it earlier. Okay, so this is the exit, but where is the way towards the treasure? Presumably this way. Like looping back around here somewhere. This is when I find that there's actually a path straight back. Maiko Happiness. Okay, that's an item for Linda, who's not on the team. So that was totally worth me running all the way in here for, but, you know. Gotta collect the things. You don't know until you open the treasure box whether it's worth it to you or not. This is an encounter that makes me wish I could run from fights. But on the bright side, we have a better ice spell now. If I was a little bit more willing to take a risk, I would absolutely just start Friendly Thundering with the boost going here. Only half of that landed, huh? Great. But on the bright side, this should still lead to both the mummies being gone. Nope. 1 mummy gone, but that's still better than no mummies gone. Kissling is almost dead once again, but that's because his defense is still reduced. Wow, neither of them died from those attacks? Yikes. Not a fan of that. But this fight's over. There we go. Once the game realizes. There we go. Well, at least getting to level 43 was worth it somewhat, because the crystal spell does seem to be a good spell. You just gotta hope that you don't miss, just like anything else. Let's get out of here. I'm presuming that that's all the treasure that was in here. The one off to that side, the one in the back, and then the one in the middle there. I don't need to touch that checkpoint, because we don't really have anywhere we need to go back to right now. I'm taking the slightly long way to get around where I presumed all the ghosts were going to spawn, and I was not completely correct about that based on the way this is playing out. Get him stuck on the wall. We're almost there. Okay, cutscene. Haha! I've escaped. There we go. Free full heal, and we can save, so we don't have... Oh, did I actually go out the door and save? Huh. I got real spooked for a second when I saw Pause Snowfield. I'm like, did it undo the save I made during the... Uh-oh. But no, we're fine. We're fine. Because the time was correct. Let me in. Now I guess that spazzy phantom what's-his-name's in the back. Slave, use that thing you got. It's open now? Yes, okay, let's go. This is... Hey, Slave, something's flashing in your pack. What is it? Friendship bond glows and becomes more powerful. Huh? What happened? That's odd, it just suddenly appeared and started to flash. Magic. Oh, you're just hanging out here, huh? Ah, at last you arrive. Everything is as was contrived. Pray a mercy that at my hand thou dost survive. What is planned? How is it? How annoying. I'm acting under my own plan. I'll smash your plan. Thy patience please, my own plans I reveal not, lest they add to thy confusion. A caveat bide, corporeal attacks will be futile as this form is but an illusion. Now enter stage and draw steel. This act draws towards its dark conclusion. So magic is the only way this is gonna work, then. I kind of anticipated something like that, which is part of why I kept Kissling on the team the whole way. And I'm definitely glad we have a bit stronger magic with Rosalind now. Oh, we picked up Friendly Blizzard as well. So now we got a level 2 neutral attribute attack as well, though it costs a lot of health. So I don't know if I'm going to go for that idea right now. I guess that's what the friendship bond glowing was about. I mean, I guess I could risk it. Cast that and then heal with Kissling. See how much it does. Though its timing is going to be funky because, you know, all of these friendly spells take a little bit to go off. But business as usual, let's get rid of the extras and then we'll deal with the Phantom. Now that you've got that spell going off, go ahead and overdrive because it'll take less of your health for that. I was hoping overdrive before this casted, but it's fine. It did okay. It did similar damage to one hit of Crystal. Oh, interesting. They split in half to attack. Neat. Real shame that we had to find that out by the teeth being right there, but, you know. Oh, I heard some kind of effect go off. I'm not 100% sure about the cute part, but they are sword jaws, yes. Of course, you've got magic. That makes sense. Kissling may or may not survive that. Do I burst now, or do I keep the overdrive for a little bit? I think we actually hold the overdrive for a moment. We'll have Ari heal first for safety, and then we'll start going for things. Wow, they're all still alive, huh? That's not great. So arguably, I shouldn't even be using the heal spell anymore because the Big Nut is better and we have so many of them. So really, I just wasted 10 hit points there, but it's fine. Just keep chucking Crystal at the Masterless Swords. They need to go. Ow. If they keep attacking when I go to do this, it's gonna go really badly. In fact, there's one literally in my face right now. No. Let's not risk me having that wrong. Okay, he was on the way out. Machismo. Don't know what that's gonna do. I'm gonna assume that's a buff of some kind. I have a distinct feeling that Paralyze isn't gonna work on a boss enemy. Might be worth it to burden those guys, but right now I think we need a group hug here. Just a, you know, a little group nut between friends. Okay, now there's only one opponent. I was right to want to heal, but I'm gonna need to heal more than that. And the burst didn't count because, of course, physical damage is useless. Well, Lightning Sword's the one we got last, but he is lightning-based, so... Blaze Sword, probably? They're all the same health, so I assume they do the same amount of damage. It just depends on what element's the best choice. We might be able to silence him and remove his magic? Give it a shot. That also missed. Maybe he's just really hard to hit, or he might need magic. And that technically isn't magic. Even though it's elemental. Ow, 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 ow. Well, we'll know after this turn activates whether that worked or not. You go ahead and heal first, because he does deal out a lot of damage. There's Mega Storm. Okay, yeah, that at least did damage. So Ari might not actually be able to do as much here, because apparently his spell swords don't count. I could risk Friendly Blizzard, but I don't remember it doing a ton to the Phantom King here. So I think actually we might have Ari focusing on keeping everybody else alive for a change. I don't think decoying is going to be a good idea here. We do have items that do spell effects. I'm not going to do the half HP for all, because that's a horrible idea. We do have 2 burned bottles. Let's see if that does anything meaningful here. The thing is, that just doesn't do that much damage. Oh, that sounds bad. And I don't know how much it's actually gonna do yet. Is it only just started? I'm gonna preemptively all heal though. Okay, it wasn't an AoE, it was a single target. Okay, that's a miscall on my part, but I had no idea what I was getting into with it. Kissling's honestly the one who's done the most damage here so far, because he's got a single target spell. This might be the rare turnaround for Kissling. His crystal only hits twice and doesn't hit that hard, whereas Storm hits a bunch of times and hits about as hard as Crystal does. And it's possible that I just got unlucky and the swords just happened to miss, not actually be ineffective, but I don't trust it. That does give me an idea, because we can also test Charged Parasol to see if that works. If that does work, then I may be in a better position to try the swords again. Who's he targeting this time? Though Charged Parasol is going to be lightning against lightning, so it may not be very effective. Does it hit is the important question. Nope, that missed completely too, so I think anything that uses HP counts as a physical attack. Heck, at least in terms of what his response is. You keep storming. I might actually see if Overdrive helps the magic do more damage. It's as far as I remember, Overdrive just says improves offensive capabilities, so theoretically it would improve magic as well. We need to get more of our LP back, though. Let's risk the Wimberry. It might do more than the Strawberry. Looked like it said 40. Oh, there's Mega Storm coming out again. Position heal thyself. The storm's not done yet. Yep. I was gonna overdrive to buff Kissling to see if that would make Storm do more damage, but at this point, that's not a good idea. We've also proven that trying to block his magic doesn't work. Problem is, we're not doing a lot of damage here. I'm not sure if Crushing Devil's gonna work either. I applaud Stan for trying. Yep, he just straight up misses as well. That's what I was afraid of. We could speed ourselves up, but I don't really think it matters in this particular instance. I would have to assume he doesn't have that much health compared to your average boss, just because of the way this fight is designed, where you don't have the ability to do physical damage to him. Which means if you brought like a very physical-oriented team here, you'd be in trouble. So then again, everybody has spells, so I think you'd still be okay, you'd just be better off with stronger magic. Okay, let's see if Overdriven Megastorm does more. If this doesn't just kill somebody. Okay, we're fine. Everything's okay. Yeah, it really is a tight Fighter sound, and it is upsetting to keep hearing it so much. There's gonna be a lot of that sound because both sides are throwing storms at each other. Now, is this gonna do more damage? No, it looks like Overdrive doesn't affect magic. I didn't think so, but I had to try. You go ahead and restore more of our LP because we're gonna need it. Like, a lot of this is just hinging on Kissling at this point, unfortunately. At face value, it's interesting. Gameplay-wise, it's not that interesting at this point, because it really is just wait until Kissling can kill him with Storm at this point. And that's kind of the problem. And I'm betting if, say, for example, you had Big Bull instead of Kissling, you would have this fight taking even longer. And that's kind of the unfortunate counterbalance to something that has protection like this, is you can end up with a situation where you just sit there and wait. Because he's only hurt by magic, and Rosalind's AoE magic does fuck all to him. We're barely even doing 50, which is just not worth the LP it's taking. And unless the neutral spells actually hurt him, we then genuinely do only have Kissling to do real damage to him. Because even the magic items didn't work. So... Kissling, I need you to just keep hitting him with magic until he dies. And the worst part is, he is a electric enemy. Yeah, Friendly Thunder doesn't hit either. Great. So yeah, we are genuinely just hitting an electric enemy with electricity and waiting for him to die. And maybe I'm just making a bad assumption in thinking that Big Bull would be a problem. Because if he would at least be using fire, but his magic stats are terrible. More or less, yeah. Linda might have worked, because Linda is also ice, but I don't know if she gets attack spells. And at this point, it really wouldn't be worth trying, because she's half our level. And I would also have to go back to town to change party members. So, we're just kind of stuck with the slow play here. Unless there's a way to, like, lower his shield or something. Which, it hasn't even been stated he has a shield. He has just stated that he's an illusion. You can't really make an illusion solid. In most cases. Like, the only other thing I could try is continuing to attempt attempt to throw the sword attacks at him in the hopes that they somehow do hit him and they're just terrible odds. But I don't trust it. I think I do have somebody healing Ari already, but I'm just hedging bets because I may have forgotten. Yeah, there it was. So that's why I only used a lower one instead of the big one. But if this is just an illusion, it shouldn't be as strong as most boss fights. Alright, since you have nothing better to do, keep the LP going so everybody can keep attacking. And of course, enemies have infinite magic, so he can just keep doing that to us. Ari, you go ahead and keep Kissling from dying. Like, this is definitely one of those fights where if I had speed up in a way that was working well that I was happy with, I would be turning speed up on right now. Because we've basically just got this in a loop now. It's just a matter of waiting until the fight ends. Which, you know, very exciting, very interesting dynamic. But this is why I'm always watching out for situations like this. This is why I keep balanced teams as far as like magic and physical goes as much as I can in every game. Because you never know when a fight like this will crop up where they're like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if your physical attacks just didn't work? The problem with this fight comes in from what this game defines as a physical versus a magic attack. Where all of your HP-driven moves seem to fall under that heading. So your main damage dealer, which is more than likely Ari, can't do anything. Because all of his special moves are health-driven other than his healing abilities. I mean, I guess I could try putting him to sleep, but I would assume that's not going to work either. Oh, there we go, he died. It just took a while. Decent amount of experience for just being an illusion. That rhyming is infuriating. Where'd he learn that? Yes, the power, it's coming back. Another step toward the revival of my invincible power. Yes, now. Oop. Disappeared. Phantom Evil King. Ah, let him go if he wants, you boorish hair-splitting hero. The powerful are supposed to laugh and gloat when they win, right, slave? Stan, darling, excellent. Excellent, brother. Phantom Evil King's way of losing was totally cool, too. What? Just let him have that, Stan. Now away we teleport to Chapter 6, Night in the Highlands. Which, far as I remember, should be the finale of the game. So it took me a bit longer than I thought it was going to, but we're here. Is this where Balloon was bragging that he'll make an evil king to match me? My irresistible power will attack and overpower him and... Hold on, King Stan. I do feel that an evil king is awaiting us around here. It's kind of peaceful. I didn't know a village existed in such an out-of-the-way place. I don't smell heated combat. 'Tis a shame that a former evil king can't tell evil's far more subtle, sinister smell. Huh? Who are you? Though defeated, I will not be denied. By a hero, a party of an evil king, and not a classified. You! Didn't I already teach you a lesson? You want to do it again? I'll take you on, anytime. Bide, hero, I have a proposal to make. I am here for neither king nor hero's sake. 'Tis for knowledge of Ari's power I ache. Balloon influences all, unabated, but whatever you possess makes Balloon frustrated. To the World Library advance that I may see, though I admit its location is unbeknownst to me. Upon your arrival awaits another evil king raised by Balloon. Their chances be slim if thou goest alone. A truce then, an alliance. Might I your consent? Allow me to create a victory imminent. That means in short, you want to join our party. If that's the reason, it's fine, but from now on you follow my orders, got it? I follow no liege, no trick of the light, I'm known as Epros, by thy side I shall fight. And there we go, we have, I think, our last party member, Epros. I'll remember Epros, Linda's so happy, like I'm totally psyched. That name the bell doth ring, ah yes, you are the former teen idol evil king. No way, don't label me with such a dorky name. If you dare to take me away from my stand, just call me Linda and give me a cuddly and a bubbly. What? Thy meaning I fear I cannot cipher. Plus, you're too perky and overly hyper. I don't know why, but I'm surrounded by former evil kings. Are you okay? Are you really okay, Rosalind? It's okay, Miss Rosalind. Haha. I know the big bull and the Kissling voices are blending together again, but there's only so much I can do for that. They're both kind of goofy, so they just end up there. I cannot wait for night to come, the night dream. In the ecstatic dream, it is as if all my agonies lift away from my body. Oh, cool. You can experience that with my song. Want to listen? Oh, here she goes again. Stop it. Denied immediately. Just immediately pushed off screen. Oh, you staying? It's surprising to see people in here. It's been a while. Excuse me, but I have to get ready, so please come later. A little later. Well, can't use the inn here. At least not yet. Maybe the shop's open. Which it's a good thing we made more money, because not only do we need to resupply, but maybe there'll be some good stuff here. Oh, welcome everyone. I work hard during the day and drown my troubles. Good for you, bud. Oh yeah, there's definitely better gear in here, but oh, it's expensive. Oh boy. So these are definitely out of our reach. It may actually be worth my while to switch Epros in to take Kissling's place. Depends on what level Epros is. But he has the same spells if he has the spells that he had as an enemy for the most part, so he would be a one-to-one replacement outside of the speed increase. Huh? Oh, you're just a Flatlander? It is just a village, but we do have hotels. I think you should be able to stay. Try them. I guess there are hotels somewhere. I'm surprised that you came here at such a time. What kind of time? That's got big going all the way up there, eh, energy? Like, what do you mean? What is such a time? What's going on? I'm so depressed and I have no motivation to do anything. Recently, everyone in my family's like that. It is due to a lack of fighting in your body not being hot enough. Why don't you start a fight with me? This lack of bliss, what's amiss? Thanks for having a moment there, guys. I'm glad you joined just to say one line and run away. There seems to be a lot of that going around in here right now. The highest point in the village. On a fine day, we have a full view of the village. At night, the houses light. It's our dreamlike. Kind of a hint, huh? They're constantly talking about night and dreams. I didn't think a Flatlander would come here. What do you want from this island? It's not that I'm not welcoming you, but you should go home before dusk. What's gonna happen after dusk? What's that, Backland Commoner? That sort of happens or not. Maybe I'm overly sensitive. Wait, who spoke just now? You don't need to know. It'll just complicate your life if you understand what's happening with us. Oh, Flatlanders. It seems that the people of this village are strangely scared of the night. I'm living a healthy, cliché existence, so I sleep through the night. I don't know what's going on, but everyone else seems haggard. What do you think, from an outsider's point of view, about the people of this village? But you, too, have dark circles under your eyes. Are you eating right? You want to talk to Sling. You have a giant dark circle around your eyes, too. Nope, we cannot burglarize this man's house while he's standing outside it. Damn it. How am I supposed to get my adventurer's loot if I don't steal from everybody's houses? Oh, hey. Turns out we did enough for time to have passed. Somehow, I don't like nights. Maybe it's scary? Scary, isn't it? The night? Is it only me? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I presume enough time has passed now for the inn to allow us to sleep. And then when we sleep, I presume it'll have something happen. Thank you for waiting. You can stay now. While you're staying, please be careful at night. No, it's not that. Not burglars. Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, yeah, Epros is only 3 levels lower. His agility is the same as Kisling's. His attack power is 10 higher. He's got 66 more health. And like I said, he is the same element, same agility, same agility, same luck. Let's bring him in and take a look and see what his spells look like. Because that's going to be the big changing point between the two of them, really. Let's see. Scrolling. Does he only have soul binding? Epros. Age unknown. Occupation mysterious wizard. Former phantom evil king. Mysterious roaming interloper and snappy dresser. Obsessed with the search for magical power and discovering the truth of the world. Yeah, and he's got cards as his weapon. And obviously he wears a suit. Epros might actually not be as useful as I thought. I thought since he had the thunder spells in combat with us, he would have had them still, but it looks like he lost all that when he became a party member. Might not actually be worth swapping to him, then. His equipment isn't that good either, so... He would actually get to be pretty good if we had gear for him. And I don't think we can buy gear for him. Though I think choosing to go out now... Oh wait, no. It's not nighttime yet, right? We didn't actually sleep yet. I want to double check the shop to see if there was a weapon for him in here. Not that I think we could afford it if it was here. No. There's gear for everybody else, but not him. Oh, there is full heals here, though, and not other things. Interesting. I didn't notice that before. Well, we're gonna buy a bunch of those, and I guess we're gonna keep Kisling instead of swapping, because turning enemies into items is all well and good, but that's not gonna help us win this. And we're here to win, so... Like, don't get me wrong, turning enemies into items would expedite some combats, depending on how it worked. But that wouldn't end up saving the day. So yeah, we're gonna stick with Rosalind and Kisling then. And we're gonna save before we stay, because there's going to be... Why are the files gone? Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Things are breaking. I'm gonna save state just to be safe. I don't know why my save disappeared. But it's a good thing I checked that, I think. Like, this is breaking bit by bit here. It's good that we're close to the end. Hey, wake up, slave. Something strange about this village. I'll go out to see what's going on. Wake the others up, too. But if it's dark, how were you able to speak, and how are you able to go about? Because you're a shadow. I guess maybe that's one of the weird things. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of moonlight, so we have our shadow. Music's gotten a little spooky, but I like it. Why is there red on the... Sir, you appear to be dead. Sir, please tell me if you're alive or dead. He's still twitching, so he's not completely dead. Hey, look at this stain. Huh? It's been a while since I've seen something like that. I was in that cursed bottle. Why is it suddenly here? Whoa, it's coated with a dark red fluid. Oh my god, it's pukey. Stop it. And then everybody wanders off. Appreciate it, Aspen. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully work's going well for you. Everybody wandered off after we saw the blood splattered here. And they kind of just were in denial about it being blood, but it's fine. Whoa! Huh? Hark, listen. Where'd it come from? That way, I guess? Okay. Everybody's just gonna stare at this house. Which is the one that the guy who didn't seem affected was from. This building, did you see this during the day? If anything should happen, it must be somewhere like this, correct? Clearly, it's inviting us. This strange phantasm even I cannot snare. Mind balloon's hand, on guard, beware. I mean, the door opened, so, you know, it's probably a trap, but we may as well find out. A road that opens only during the night seems to be luring us. We have to be careful, anything could happen. Night provides the means for clever ambush. But as I am an evil king of honor, I would not surprise you as such. A revelation, sir, your appellation. I guess I would call myself the vampire evil king, self-contemptuously from the way I accumulate my power. Oh, someone has angst. Bay what's-his-name was claiming he'll generate an evil king that'll replace me, and that's you? Yes, 'tis I. I am an evil being who is classified as evil, and now compelled by the power of classification to be the supreme evil king, and gather my power here. Blood and sleep, it flows so sweet. What? Blood? What do you mean? By the ways of the villagers, probably it is because the evil king repeatedly slugs their blood. This village is for feeding. Incorrect, party that threatens the classified world headed by the fearful boy. Villagers are classified as innocent and simple people, easily controlled by my power. That is their existence, they have no other function. Alas, there is no way to resist, regardless of whether one is aware of the truth. That I cannot resist, I shall thus embrace. I will become as evil as I can be, and suck your blood to become the ultimate evil. Those are bold words, bloodsucker, but they're even more foolish. You address the great evil king, Stan. I'll suck your power to be mine, that's how it's gonna be. Slave, squash this lipsless parasite. Wary be, he has strong magic. A clever means we must devise. Defeat would be tragic. A direct attack would be fatal to receive. Alas, we'd be goners for we had time to grieve. It's a good thing I switched the party back since we're getting straight into this fight. He's also way smaller than I thought he would be, which is a little weird. Look at him, he's just a little guy with giant bats backing him up. Let's go ahead and hyperdrive, because we're gonna need the edge here, I think. With that many of them, I'm not gonna risk blizzarding. We'll overdrive, because that should be safe enough to do, because we'll get another turn immediately after. We just gotta hope we can kill these sucky bats quick enough before they cause too much trouble. Okay, one just shielded itself a little bit. That's not too bad. Two are shielding. Okay, they shielded the same one that just shielded it a minute ago. Interesting. Let's just go straight for burst here. See if we can clear the bats before they get too much defense. No, Scatterbrain's annoying, but it missed. It's okay. Ooh, that hurt a lot. Kissling. Go ahead and burden the bats, because I'm betting they're going to live through getting hit by us, probably. Ooh, 94. Yikes. Not a fan. Yep, they all lived. I kind of figured. With the amount of damage they deal, I'm still not comfortable having Ari do any of his friendly spells. As helpful as it would be to have an AoE attack like that go off, I think just overdriving and bursting is going to do well enough for us. Or it's going to have to. So why does this fight seem louder than the others? No, the volume is still the same. Just is louder, I guess. This song is just louder and more energetic. Hopefully it's not too loud for y'all. But definitely does look like it's competing with me a bit more. We might be losing Rosalind there. So I kept meaning to heal, but never had a good opportunity for it. Okay, now she lived. The bats do less damage than the vampire, which makes nothing but sense. Oh, you have maximum voltage too, huh? Oh, that's not great. You know what would be great? An AoE heal that's better than 50. We did at least get rid of half the bats. So their whole team here is a bit weaker. And these two bats are just really fixated on shielding themselves. Okay, looks like there's one bat left. The other one might also disappear in a second here. Okay, yeah. I saw something weird happen with the icon for the emulator, so I was making sure it was still capturing properly. Because the icon just kind of flickered in and out of existence for a second when this scene was starting, so... That's why I was commenting that things were falling apart a bit and being weird. No sense in using AoE spells anymore. Just start attacking. His last bit of help. You go ahead and... No, you may as well still just use a big nut, because you only have 133 hit points, so this is still basically your entire health bar. Save the miracle nuts for the people that are a little stronger. I think this is another point where we can get away with overdriving. Just have Ari overdrive and start attacking the vampire directly. Yeah, that's what I figured, is the last bat was dying there. I'm going to assume I can't paralyze him, but I might be able to slow him down. Absolute zero, I assume. Yep, ice. That might hurt. I'm going to assume, just like the Phantom Evil King, I can't and silence him. We're gonna save that bountiful nut for the future. Yep, there's the damage. The only way Ari would be in danger is if the vampire did a direct attack on him, but I would assume that's likely to happen, so we will hedge bets. We're sped up anyway, so we may as well take advantage of our higher speed. .318, goddamn. Okay, yes, the storm is starting to do more now that we're higher level. The bright side is he doesn't actually steal health by drinking blood. If he actually had, like, proper health drain, this fight would be a nightmare. Considering he does deal out quite a lot of damage. If he, say, healed for all the damage he did, for example, he would be gaining back, like, 100 a turn. Which still wouldn't keep up with the amount we're dealing to him, but it would slow things down on a fair bit. Kisling, go ahead and heal Ari after that bite finishes. Yeah, because that's 125. I kind of figured that was going to be bad. Hopefully that heal goes off in some reasonable amount of time. Actually, just in case the vampire lasts for longer than I think he will, we'll go ahead and shield as well. Oh, wait, Stan might be taking matters into his own hands here. Nope, not good enough, Stan. Good try, though, bud. Stan gets the participation trophy. Yeah, go ahead and preemptively heal on Rosalind. Because as soon as he gets out of the way, the shield and then the heal will go off. And that should sort that out while we continue to pummel him and eventually finish him off. While we're in decent health, we may as well just go all in. Oh, that might be a dead Kisling, though. Based on the odds of him dying, just attack. Nope, nope. Kisling dodged part of it, so he's fine. That dodge amulet is continuing to pay dividends. And there he goes. Nice and clean. Nobody died. Got a little rough in places, but we made it through just fine. And we replaced one of the bountiful nuts we used. Perfect. Hey, Ari learned Restore, which I assume is a better healing spell. To make up for the fact that his healing spells have fallen behind. We gained 2 levels out of him, so... We definitely were slightly behind the curve, I guess. Because we have been dodging a lot of fights, so that does make sense. Oops, I lost. Oh well, whatever, but I didn't skimp. What is this? What happened to all that dignity you had a minute ago? I'm also gonna keep putting save states down because I'm worried that things are falling apart, so a little bit of bed hedging. Don't mind me. Because, you know, once the classification of Evil King's gone, I don't need to strain myself at all. See, my Evil King power is slipping away, and soon I'll have Former in front of my name. Whoa! The power! I'm regaining my power at last! Alas. Strange, you didn't change. I was gonna get you as soon as you gained your body and left Ari. Don't bluff, you toad. But I don't understand. I thought this Vampire Evil King is the last fake Evil King who has my power. Well, there's 2 possibilities in this case. You don't need to explain, Mr. Scholar. Let me do the talking. Curses, this again? Now that voice I do indeed know. 'Tis Balone, our long-sought foe. You. Shadow Evil King there. The reason why you cannot regain your total power despite defeating the Vampire Evil King is simply because I intentionally reduced the total power of the Vampire Evil King. When I found out that you were on the way here, I came up with something. What? I see. If you want to go back to being the evil king, the only way is to make me obey. Unmake your maker, little Shadow, the one who made you an evil king. You bastard. Hero, you too. If you want to triumph as a hero, you must defeat me. Otherwise, I will continuously release new evil kings until I'm completely clear all of you out. I'll go before receiving such a silly invitation. I'm completely irritated by you. Good for you. Do you have the same opinion, Ari? Then visit the World Library. I will have you participate in an interesting circus there. It will be a really wonderful circus. And yes, I changed his name because he became more ridiculous looking, so he needed a different voice than the butler voice.
The World Library. What secrets await in this unknown and mysterious place?
Ah, the road to the World Library. Oh, I know, I can show you. I can't go in with you, though. I wasn't invited. You're supposed to ask for a permit and then a bridge will appear from this village. If you want to go, I can bring the bridge. Balone said you should come too, so I won't be punished, right? Why do you suddenly become so pathetic once you lost? It's worse than the Chairman Evil King. What? By the way, who's the Chairman Evil King? Whatever, I don't know and I don't care. What's wrong with you? Final chapter. The boy and the king enter the library. I don't recall this being too bad to get through, but we are gonna have one final major leg of our journey here. And I know those sentences sound like they're at odds with each other, but you'll understand what I mean when we get there. Oh, the Flatlanders. Did you know it was really noisy with the sound of blades last night? I didn't hear it at all. I wonder what happened. Permit my hazard into your plight. Once life sucked, now 'tis alright? Yeah, they're just unpacking what happened during the night. And everybody's chatting with the neighborhood and explaining to a certain degree what's happened. Yeah, it's okay now. There's no more need to fear the night. You'll notice it changed from stay to rest, by the way. Let's go ahead and save again. Even though I potentially may end up needing to rely on the save state because of the way the save seems to have vanished. But one problem at a time. Actually, did we? I don't know if we got healed, so we're gonna rest just in case. I would assume we wouldn't have. But now we're back at full strength, so that's what matters. I don't think I have enough money to buy anything meaningful from the shop here, because the shop here is fucking expensive. But just in case, I'll take a peek in. And yeah, this is going to end up aligning... Whoop. I ended up hitting the button twice because while it was loading, I pressed X trying to get to the shopkeeper. There we go. Yeah, this is going to have taken a bit longer than I thought, so it is going to end up splitting today's section of the Donathon a bit more than I had intended, but, you know, it'll be what it'll be. We just may not actually get any games done today other than this, and this is... To be clear, the reason why I'm not running the timer during this is because I'm not counting Okage toward the total count for games cleared for the Donathon. This way, I don't get basically a free clear, and you guys don't get extra time to have, like, built up the timer or done things to cause me problems before we even start. So where's this bridge supposed to be? I guess I need to talk to everybody, probably. It will come with night, it will. The night dream will come again. But it never came last night, the dream of ecstasy. Ah, I guess all sorts of people exist. I mean, there are many people that have said that being bitten by a vampire feels good, so... who knows? Huh, that's quite the name. Excuse me, could you not stand there? You make my hand dark. I'm sorry to say this, but... Nixie, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? That is an incredible... That is an incredible raid message there, Nixie. How you doing today? Hopefully you all had a good time. You're just in time for me to be finishing up Okage Shadow King and then moving on to the proper Dono-thon here shortly. We just gotta get through the last dungeon of the game here. Oh no, I can't see. I think it's back there. Damn, it's too dark to see. Nice, nice. Enjoy your dinner. And once again, thank you for bringing your community over. I appreciate it. What were you playing today, though? I didn't catch it because the automated message didn't tell me. Where is the bridge to go to the final area? Ah, presumably it's over there. Oh, you know what? That explains the Lego. It all makes sense now. Good stuff, good stuff. Aha, that's where I need to go to get down there, probably. Oh, nope, this is a graveyard. This is not where I wanted to go. Understandable. From phantoms to shadows, though, it all works out. We actually defeated our own phantom menace not too long ago. Oh, in Epros up there, or the guy with the blonde hair. He used to be the Phantom Evil King, but he's on our side now. I presume this is our bridge to the World Library. Off to the future and the finale we go. You can tell because the music's amping up. Nope, dead end. Probably need to walk across that log over here instead. And you'll notice it has similarities to the intro song from the title screen. It's almost like that was intentional or something, where everything's coming full circle. Nah, they'd never do a thing like that. That'd be silly. There it is. The World Library, where all classification is made. As our merry band assembles to look at the building. Doesn't really look like much, does it? Here we are at the World Library. In Balloon's domain, we have less to fear. He will be wary lest he harm what he holds dear. With haste head below, as nigh the time draws near. Balloon. Even though he's human, he displays his enormous evilness. I'll give him the punishment that he deserves. Huh? What's this? Hey, slave, and your belongings. There's something flashing. That can't be. Friendship bond was surrounded by light and upgraded. Huh? This again. Last time it flashed, the power seemed to increase. Did it happen again? Well, we can always try it out. Let's go, slave, to meet Balloon. Once it loads. Dungeon World Library, floor center. Oh, here comes the cause of Balloon's anger to the World Library, the World Core. You're only human, not a ghost, but you can fight? We record the classification that influences the world by listing them in the classification list. This is a library, and we are just clerks, mere helpless workers. The classification list! The mechanism for Balloon's world order is written here. That's right, you know your situation too. Our fate is in your hands. I know you want to hurry. This place consists of 3 buildings, a center, an east, and a west wing. It's pretty big. Some doors require keys to go through. I recommend just proceeding without being in haste. Balloon won't run away. Yeah, we gotta get all the keys we need to get through this place and get to Balloon. Once we get to Balloon, we do the final battle, the game ends. me make another save state because we have been noticing some odd instability. Now we just gotta figure out what doors I'm allowed to go through so we can find where our keys are to be gathered from first. Door's locked. Means we're not going this way yet. I'm going to assume the encounters in here are going to be pretty strong, but if I can avoid them, I will, because we're in a hurry. Well, I couldn't avoid that one because he appeared right in front of me, and by the time we had visibility, he was already upon us. Oh, it's the minions from the last two boss fights, the Sucky Bat and the Masterless Swords. Interesting that the Masterless Swords are separated from each other, so they're not counted as a group. We have Friendly Inferno now, which is a lot of health. But you know what? Let's find out how good it is. Oh, it went immediately, too. Yeah, you know what? Not bad. Trading most of my health for about the same amount in damage I'm willing to do. I would rather have exchanged for more, but I'll take what I can get. Yeah, the bats are, of course, going to be shielding. That's what they do. Other than biting. We can't really afford a second Friendly Inferno. We could afford a Friendly Blizzard, but then we'd be pretty low on health, too. I don't think I'm inclined to trust that. Even though these things don't attack too often, when they do attack, they hit hard. Okay, and Restore is a full health restore. That's actually not too bad. That's useful, but since I bought a bunch of full heals already, it's not super exciting. I was kind of hoping he would have gotten an AoE heal, but I guess that's too much to ask for. Go ahead and burst so you can hit all of them. Focus on killing the bat before he gives too many shields out. You go ahead and just start attacking as well. The burst should set all the enemies up reasonably well. Nope, the bat just dodged entirely. Oh, the swords just died. You know what? That works. I can live with that. I can work with that. You know, you would think if people that are Thunder Element are resistant to thunder inherently, like all the enemies seem to be, you would think Kissling would hold up to the storm a bit better. But he is just kind of flimsy. That is his nature. Oh, we got a weapon for Epros from this. Real shame that I didn't bring him with me, but, well, such is the way of things. Oh, you do have to go up the center first. I kind of figured you were gonna have to branch to the sides first. Works out, though, because we got into a fight. Now I can just quickly heal up. I'm not gonna bother saving that one, because we really didn't accomplish anything other than getting a queue of hearts I can't use. These doorways are going to get me into a lot of fights, in case you're wondering. Risk it for the biscuit. Burn! Okay, not, like, supremely effective, but not ineffective. So it's a Mortal Moon. Kissling's bar is almost full. I'll risk it. It does mean we're not going to get our speed up, but this way we clock more damage and remove one of the mummies before they get a chance to attack. Is that should kill that mummy, and then we'll kill the other one with Ari. Oh no, that mummy lived. That's upsetting. And I think Ari missed completely. So that's upsetting. Okay, Bind seems to have stopped Rosalind from acting. Surprised they didn't do that before. Oh wait, no, these aren't the same mummies. Restless Mummy is different, isn't it? Didn't they have a different name before? That might be the problem, because they're using different moves. That's what kind of clued me in, like, wait a minute, something's amiss here. The thing is, they look the same, so I can't really tell at a glance. So they're not that much tougher. I'm gonna assume that scythe symbol's bad. Like, probably a case of you need to end the fight soon or bad things happen. Okay, now you're paralyzed as well. I'm glad Rosalind just is getting to do nothing now. That seems fun. Let's chuck a friendly blizzard and see if we can do something about this quickly. Kissling, go ahead and heal Olari if you can. Okay, yeah, paralysis doesn't stop that. I'm not entirely sure what paralysis does in this game, if I'm honest. The blizzard also... There we go. I was gonna say, the blizzard still hasn't happened yet, either. Because for those coming in late, the friendly spells are all done by Stan, that big shadow figure in the back there, and his turn is technically separate from Ari's. So, those spells get a little weird with their timing. So you can actually queue those up and then still have Ari doing something else if his turn comes back around again. Super shield, is that just a strong shield for one, or is that an AoE shield? We'll find out hopefully soon. It's interesting that their levels are synced up again now, but their learn sets aren't. Like, Rosalind learns everything a level separate than everybody else for the most part. I don't know what that... It might be... No, if it was LP drain, it would have... I should have read what that said, but I think all it said was all was removed or something, so it wouldn't have been helpful information anyway. God damn it. Oh yeah, I should probably go through the Donathon effects for those who came in from the raid. You can either read it all right here in this command from the Dropbox link there, or just listen for a minute while I explain it while we clear these enemies out. Basically, $5 lets you turn save stating on and off for any game that happens after this one. $10 purchases you a piece of pixel art made by me. Need to be done as soon as possible, which would be after the Donathon is over. $25 guarantees you a playthrough of a game under 20 hours, again after the Donathon, or you can make me reset the game that I'm playing at the time, not counting this one. This is a playthrough from before the Donathon. $50, you can either straight up replace the game that's being played, or you can guarantee a playthrough of a game of any amount of time, more or less, to be played in the future as well. And, okay, it is an all-ally shield. Okay, that will be useful in the future. I don't think we need to worry about it right now. Against a pair of bats and a painting. Painting might be strong, though. We don't know yet. We haven't seen that thing yet. And, of course, there's skulls you can see in that list as well, but we won't worry about talking about those right now. Suffice it to say, there'll be giveaways every $100 of either art or game, and you can figure out the rest from there. May have wanted to commit stronger resources to clearing these guys out, but it looks like one of them's dying. I just don't want to overcommit my resources because we do only have so much to use, but of course we do have a lot of items to restore it with, so I really shouldn't be being too stingy. Nope, Stan's taking action. He will independently act now and then and do things like crushing Devil. Which that's always a neat effect to have. Wow, he actually hit really hard there. Now and then he'll hit incredibly hard. Usually he just does, like, decent damage. Or as in the case when we were fighting Epros, he just misses because Epros is immune to physical. Which was just disappointing to keep seeing happen. There we go. We will go ahead and top up our health after this fight. Hey, once we finish the book crab animation here. We are gaining a lot of levels, so I do wonder if I was actually under-leveled. Ignoring the fact that we haven't really been having any trouble. Hey, he finally learned another move, Freeze Book. Hooray. And heal back up. This leads to a different room, so maybe this leads somewhere useful. Problem is, this place is a bit of a maze, so we are going to be in here for a bit. The good news is, I think this is only a single floor. I think it is just the three sides. And then it's done. So it is a special beast in and of itself, but it's not too crazy. This door is also locked. So I'm assuming the keys are going to be color-coded then, because we've seen a red door, a purple door, and I think it was like a green door was the other one? I already forgot what the right-hand door was. But if it's not red or purple, we know where it is, because it's that one. Or it's one we haven't seen yet. Oh, hey, speaking of green doors, I found the green door. It's all the way over there. And you'll notice none of them are marked, so I'm gonna have to remember those. Which, that's gonna be a problem. Because we're gonna be getting into a lot of encounters along the way. The Flaming Rockmen don't count as being connected, so that's upsetting. Go ahead and Super Shield. We'll only do a friendly Blizzard to hedge bets on my health a little bit here. Okay, you only hit the Rockmen, but that's okay. Hyperdrive. Oh, look at Freeze Book first. Yeah, it's the same damage as Flaming Tome, so it's, I mean, the same HP cost, rather. So it's probably not going to be anything remarkable. If it had, like, a chance to freeze, I would be a lot more intrigued by it. No, there's no point in using anything fancy. Just heal yourself with an item. Because you're about to get hit. Which admittedly does mean it might have actually been worth healing better than that. But it's too late to worry about that now. Oh wow, that actually did, like, no damage, so never mind. Oh great. Gonna super slow somebody. And debuff. Great. Well, it's great having Rosalind on the team when she totally ends up being able to do stuff, right? Right. And I guess I may as well try Freezing Book since it's new, see if it does anything of merit. Since these guys don't seem to do a ton of damage, we could probably get away with at least overdriving. This is when this one suddenly does way more than the last one did, and I just get immediately screwed. Go ahead and hit them with a burst. Yeah, you may as well just keep attacking. See how much this does. 21, huh? Blackjack, but not very helpful. It's a good thing that that bind effect has only worked on Rosalind so far. It would be a lot worse if everybody suddenly wasn't as effective, which I don't even know what bind is doing. Because it hasn't stopped her attacking. It hasn't really seemed to have meaningfully slowed her turns down. Actually, no. Her turns are a little slower. It's like her meter's full right now, but her turn hasn't come up. But she also has that clock on her, so maybe that's what's slowing her down. It's hard to say really what's happening with any of this, because she's getting multiple effects thrown at her at once pretty consistently here. Oh, and I do want to note for everybody that has been kind enough to be sending me raids, they are counting towards the timer. We are at over 9 hours before the Donathon proper has even started. So understand that you all have been having an impact already before we've even started the timer. Purple door, like we saw before. There's a part of me that's tempted for expedience to go look up a map of this place, but I'm not going to do that yet. It hasn't taken us that much time yet. But like I said, it is going to impact the overall Donathon timing. Okay, now we're in the east section, and you'll notice the east section is a whole other map. There's another red door, unless that's a different shade of red and it counts differently, which might be upsetting. Purple door. This may very well end up eating day one entirely, which is not what I intended in the slightest. But this is what happens when I don't fully understand what I'm getting into. Because I remember when it was said that this was going to easily be 3 or 4 hours of content. Yeah. We're now 4.5 in. Obviously, some of that is inaccurate because we did die a couple times. And we did have that one technical issue, though that didn't cost us too much. I also need to draw attention to this golem's name, the Bad Poetry Golem. That's incredible. Go ahead and speed us up. Oh yeah, and Rosalind does still have that negative speed thing going. So I probably should do something about that. You go ahead and heal now that you drained your own health. Of course, you missed the golem. Ow. I don't think it's dealt its damage yet. Okay, good. It missed Ari completely. Turns out I should have healed Kissling, though, but I had no way of knowing that until after the fact. Well, that's fine. Kissling, heal yourself. I had layered heals on Ari because Ari is the only one who guaranteed matters. If he dies, the game ends, so... Oh, they were just throwing all of the curses at Rosalind. Sure, Friendly Blizzard again. Which, that's the other reason for using a bunch of heals on Ari, is because a lot of his most powerful moves are based on his HP. So, if he just keeps getting healed, he just has an eternal battery for attacking, basically. Kissling, just attack something, I guess. Rosalind, once again, just heal Ari. It's weird that she has a sleep symbol on her, and yet she's still getting turns. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Yeah, keep doing as we've been doing. So I think I'm gonna stop doing blizzards now. Oop, Kissling's dead. Okay, one of the suns is gone. I really wish we had a stronger revive. Though maybe the spell is better? I'm not sure. Oh, there's another one of the friendly blizzards I queued up. I didn't realize they'd gotten backed up a bit. So that actually works out. You're about to get hit, so heal yourself, because your turn's gonna be kind of delayed anyway. You attack the golem. Ooh, wow. So I expected her to survive that. Turns out I was wrong about that idea. You go ahead and bring her back immediately so we can get some turn priority back. Oh, good, it died. That's perfect. That was the other reason, is in case it died, so she didn't miss the experience and get further desynced from everyone. $48. Eventually we'll find the way we're supposed to be going in here. Oh, right, that door's locked. God damn it. This place is where the visibility through doorways is going to be the worst. There's so many doorways in here. Let's risk this. Oh, good. At least it went off immediately. Though I did forget that everybody else's health is really low. So, Miracle Nut immediately, so if everything goes sideways, Ari's still alive. Kissling, you give a Miracle Nut to Rosalind, because her health is higher than yours, so she will benefit more. She also, honestly, for the overall survival of the team, matters more. Yep, I figured that was gonna do a lot. That's why I was just immediately healing Ari again. That's just kind of a delicate dance we're gonna be doing a lot in this, I think, at this point. Is just constantly keeping Ari's health topped up. Because things do so much damage. Kissling's dead again, so get Kissling back on his feet. Gah! Those attacks are so scary at this point. Okay, one's dead. And that was the one that attacked first, so we should have a little bit of time. Assuming they have the same delay of return. They don't, because that was the last one to attack, and he just attacked again and just shot Kissling the second he got on his feet. I don't know what that was gonna do, but it looked like a debuff instead of an attack, at least. And it didn't work, whatever it was. Okay. We're fine, everything's fine. Since you keep consistently getting turns to actually use your heals, we'll heal Kissling back out of the danger zone. There we go. Yeah, I would figure that would be worth a bit of experience considering we nearly died. At this rate, we'll be 50 and above before we get to Bellone. And I don't know what the recommended levels are for any of this, of course. Definitely want the red key, because there's a lot of red doors. And I presume once you get a color-coded key, you can just use it for every door of its color. Another red door. Thankfully, touching that door despawned the ghosts. Just for a second. Ooh, boy. No, 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 no. Fuck. There was no way I was getting away that time. Oh, this is not a great situation. We had a lot of trouble with this before. But we do now know to focus the golem down, because the golem is scary. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna overdrive. Kissling, I need you to speed us up. Ari, you're not going to use burst yet. We're gonna risk an Inferno, because we can immediately heal Ari back to full. Okay, doesn't seem like an overdriven Inferno does much more than a regular Inferno. I was hopeful. With overdrive on, we can just burst at any time, which actually now isn't a bad time to use it, since it isn't actually working the way I hoped. Rosalind, go ahead and heal yourself, provided you survive this attack. You go ahead and focus on trying to work that bad poetry golem down. I'm hoping between the Inferno and the burst, the suns are gone. Nope, they're still here. Bye, Kissling. Images from moments before disaster. Kissling with his back turned and a fist right behind his skull. Oh, hey, he lived. Look at you. Oh, that's bad. That's bad timing. Oh, this is unfortunate. So anyway, Kissling is in fact dead. He very barely survived the other incident. Wow, it took that long for that heal to happen? Huh. The suns are still alive, which is imminently upsetting. If I was less focused on trying to keep the experience relatively together here, I would not be worrying about reviving Kissling so much. Well, great, great. I'm glad her heal got delayed it that far, so she just got killed. We have a problem. And I think now might be a time to test whether Revive revives with more health. Nope, revives with the same shitty amount of health. I think we're about to lose. I think we just lose now. Yep. Great. I did all that running just to get one shot, basically, because Ari had basically a full health bar, and then just got bodied. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, good. At least the save didn't magically disappear. That's good. I was a little worried about that. Thing is, we covered so much ground without finding anything, and then we died. Okay. For sake of this not taking the entire rest of the session, getting a map. Because otherwise we're gonna be here all day. Right. Okay, the layout's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. There we go. This is a better map, actually. This is a much better map. One sec. I just need to get to where that map is in here because apparently that didn't just open to the thing I was looking for. Okay, never mind. That didn't open the way I wanted it to at all. Okay, fine. I'll just use this then. So, ironically enough, we were very close, it looks like, to where we wanted to be, assuming... Yeah, that's the line I need. Yeah. Give me that file. That'll be easier. There we go. This way I can zoom in and move it to where I want it to be and everything. So I can keep an eye on things over here while still being able to see the map. Alright. Sorry for cheating the system a little bit here by having a map, but trust me when I say this place really looks like it would suck without a map, so we're just not dealing with it. We got places to be, people to see, and things to do. And this map's only going to be somewhat helpful anyway. Because I'm not going to have the greatest amount of time to look at it because I'm being constantly chased by things. Oh, it's this fucking lineup again. You know, thinking about it, I remember this little party of enemies from when I watched somebody play this. They specifically mentioned that this is like the most dangerous thing in here, is these three. Specifically the bad poetry golem, because he hits for so much damage with one hit. So I think what I'm actually gonna do is give up on the AoEs for a moment here. And just try to focus him in particular down. Oh yeah, we don't have super shield anymore because we lost a couple levels from dying. Right. So we no longer have the defense benefit. Go ahead and overdrive. I guess we just got lucky the last time we were fighting the bad poetry golem, that he just didn't decide to... I don't like the fact that three of them are looking like they're going to a very similar location here. Okay, wow, they changed direction really radically mid-jump there. I think we all made the same assumption there that 2 out of 3 of those were flying straight for Ari and we were about to lose again. Consume? Oh, that's an AoE drain, huh? Well, fucking hate that. Please heal Ari immediately. I know Kissling just came back to life, but Ari's higher priority. Keep attacking the golem. It needs to die before it does anything crazy. Kissling, you go ahead and heal yourself so you aren't a burden on the team, please. Okay. Though we may still be about to lose Rosalind here because the golem hits like a house. Yep. Jesus Christ. Like, not only does it have a ton of hit points, but it hits for 100. There we go. Okay, now we can start stabilizing and regaining control of the situation. Because even if both the suns hit Ari, he should survive? It's not gonna be great, but he should survive. Or not. Apparently, he doesn't survive that. There's a very significant part of me that's thinking maybe I do just kick the finale of this game down to next week. And we just get the Donathon rolling properly. So I don't keep y'all waiting on that for too long, because we apparently are having some major trouble here. The problem is, we are literally like an hour probably away from finishing the game, if I were to hazard a guess. Like, I had thought we were this close before, because I forgot about the whole deep dungeon thing, and how long that was gonna take. I'm gonna make one more good run for it, and if we fail again, we will just start one of the Donathon games, so y'all don't miss out on it completely today. Fuck's sake. Can't even glance at the map without a ghost spawning on my face. This does mean I'm gonna need to edit the title for the Okage section of this VOD, but I was already probably going to do that anyway, since it was going to get split one way or the other. This does mean I'm gonna need to figure out something to mix with this section of next week's Monday stream now, because it's almost certainly gonna end up being another split section. Unless this area literally takes me all day next week, like everything else took me basically this entire segment today. The bright side, I have the map saved, so it'll be fine. What may end up happening, based on the way we're getting destroyed in here, is I may just have to grind a few levels in here between now and next session so we can get through this. Yeah, no, we're just getting killed. Okay. We're gonna have to forego finishing this week, because apparently this is way more of a difficulty climb than I remembered. So let me go ahead and get everything swapped over for what we're doing properly then. Yeah, don't save state for resume, because it'll... Well, actually, hang on. Let me go ahead and load the save and then make a resume save state just to be on the safe side. And then we'll swap over things. Sorry that we didn't get this done today, but this is going to take long enough that it will derail the entire plan if I try to finish this right now. I think it's safe to say that today has been a day of my plan is not working. That really shouldn't come as a shock to anybody, though. I should have that one ready to go. It's just gonna take me a second to get it pulled up and ready to run, so just give me one quick second here. Does this have a category? It does. Okay. But starting from this moment on, y'all have full power to reset, replace, or any of that as you see fit, as per the Donathon rules. That if you have not read yet, they are right there in front of you, so feel free to peruse them at your leisure. And as you can see, our first game that I'm going to be trying to beat is Tracks.